All PvP recipes. Dilea says, got greedy. Darklight says, outfit. Artemis Base says, asterisk role plays in chat. Golovnia says, WTS Maxi 30k. Florman says, Valkyrie master of all, able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Amila says, inscription LFW staff spec and PvP staff, can R5 with T2 mats. Finley says, someone should draw Trump with Demon Hunter scars, would be funny.
I don't have a target.
Pixie Stick says, LF Blacksmith Artisan Needle said I have mats. 100 Food says, hello champions. Wingard's number 100 Food K Breast Cooking also offers Komi Sign Fee free tailoring and let me make it with love XDPST. You burst into dance. Shalino says, that's neat, dark light, laughing face, how do you get the pilgrim attire? Fullwoman says, Algory master of all able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Zalbareth is playing a song.
I need a target.
Edenir says, geez that was fast, thought we would be up at like 12 again. Aragorn says, LF Recraft Algory Competitors Greatsword. says, Cat JAM. A fool says, Cat JAM. Shire says, Emirjar battle harpoon, thank God for this. Deep Fat Freak says, I wanna hear the chat spam Cat JAM. Chaotica says, attention all adventurers, guild, internet famous is now hiring highly motivated individuals for Mythic and in our casual raid team. Comprehensive benefits package included. Join today. String says, did you say Thunder Fury, blessed blade of the Windseeker? Cynthiana says,
I don't have a
import
target.
me to Dal for vendor Blackheart. Darklight says, what is a Thunder Fury, blessed blade of the Windseeker? Cynthiana says, not Thunder Fury, blessed blade of the Windseeker but Thunder Fury, blessed blade of the Windseeker. Jix says, does raid drop Valor Stone? Kateri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Sean says, lots of other things, right? Cynthiana says, it did last season. Vizora says, so rogues used to use that sword, right? Emska says, wait, did somebody say Thunder Fury, blessed blade of the Windseeker? Vizora says, crazy beans. Shama says, mostly hunters. String says, rogues love Thunder Fury, blessed blade of the Windseeker, love. Vizora says, back when everything was a hunter weapon. Cynthiana says, I vendor Thunder Fury, blessed blade of the Windseeker the other day honestly. Irotle says, main Thunder Fury. Rage Reaper says, hunter weapon. Kateri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Androlina says, God I miss Comp Stomp. Targovist says, Stonefield and Thor is a social / leveling guild of active, helpful, and friendly members. We are treat everyone like family, accept all levels and classes and have the best cookies and hooks on Azeroth. Message for an invite, and have a great day. Demi says, February 4th Androlina. Undersky says, LOL. Harold Breccia yells, the theater troupe is performing soon. Visit the proscenium outside Dornoval. Androlina says, love. Valuro says, LF Taylor to craft boots. Coolman says, Valkyrie master of all, able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools, and everything in between. PST for
I
details.
need a target.
Irene says, LF Taylor for 619 consecrated 4. Bateri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes.
Shane Ekrodmur has come online.
Flapples loves Netblast. Netblast poops Flapples' nose. Flapples thanks Netblast. All the life box decided for you. Rom says, WTS Sylvanas music box. Rom says, WTS me Raiden's favorite 30k. Rom says, WTS me Raiden's favorite 30k. Rom says, WTS me Raiden's FABOR 30k. Bateri says, I'll buy it for 5k.
I don't have a target.
Monoratone says, LF Taylor for craft consecrated cuffs asterisk 5. Magnacia says, no.
Shane Ekproudmoor has gone offline.
Tenderlin says, guild, epileptic. Brass says, inscription making all of your treatises with multicraft. You get the extra procs automatically. Get the most for your money today. Silver Tongue's Quill. Bateri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Manticus says, ZZZ another week of trash from the vault. Nelfish says, rats. Marticus says, not for me Shuki Zealot's insignia. Rel says, sockets are upgrades too. Alphana says, ADP Great Vault is just for new appearances.
I need a
Tolman
target.
says, Valkyrie Master of all able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Lil Raleigh says, can you make spec specific mocks? Genji says, what blow drops off mythic 7 keys. Coke Tuesday says, Toyota has confirmed the Celica is returning.
Sensi seems a little tipsy from a cinder bromide.
Alanet says, 610, hero track gear. Fella Elat says, you get heroic drops from 7 tier. Genji says, type.
Sensi seems to be sobering up.
Trinita says, it's wild that it takes to Mythic 7 to get that when you complete a level 8 delve for the same. Thunderstory says, Celical is such a good option over Foxy Bodies in Kamaros, so much power to have fun within the 90s. Genji says, bro, I'm at 610 ild low and I can't even get into a M7 group, crying face. Genji says, 611 asterisk. Immolk Rose says, MN is toxic. Twinken Heat says, start up Waiwurong. Renita says, it's too stressful, I just go with guildies or something. Genji says, they want like 626 ild low for a M7. Wild. Nagrat says, start your own MN or join a guild. Literally every problem with MN is solved. Xyloshi says, not true. Dilata says, well, isn't that easy? Genji says, any MN guilds open? LMFAO. Kateri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Twinken Heat says, what I'm hearing is that you don't want to take the risk of ruining your own Kibaku. Nelfish says, all I read is a bunch of skill issue. Tanky Fatman says, LFBS to make me a one-handed weapon. My maths class commission. Trinita says, but TBF it can be valid. I'm 610 from delves, which means I'm high enough for 7s, but I should not
have
go
a
into plus 7.
target.
But the any lower isn't useful armor-wise. Genji says, I don't have a key lol. Trinita says, so I can see someone being SUS. Logan Boss says, every MN group I've formed so far are great. Only gets toxic when I join others. I always list my requirements in the group finder page so we know what to expect. Twinken Heat says, Genji just needs to kiss more boys, that will solve everything. Genji says, that's kinda gay. Trinita says, it's not gay if you're wearing socks. Twinken Heat says, kinda. Rolf says, how? Kateri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Spirit X medieval. Game says, where's TW vendor? N says, blacksmithing the strongest weapon is one forged in the heat of battle. Guaranteed T5 on all PV and most PvP weapons with T3 max. Ask what method I can provide at a discount. Bob yells, fear me mortals. Dark it says, world boss map invocation activation protocol.
I need a target.
Salamander says, do the catalyst charges go up like they used to in India? Salamander says, meaning do they recharge? Fruitsy says, howdy. Salamander says, cool beans, thank you, smiley face. N says, blacksmithing the strongest weapon is one forged in the heat of battle. Guaranteed T5 on all PV and most PvP weapons with T3 mets and shields with concentration. Ask what mets I can provide at a discount. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Tindai says, consecrated robe on order 1000 gold tip. Zaxner says, WTS Venom Stalker Strap Venom Stalker Strap Venom Stalker Strap Venom Stalker Strap Venom Stalker Strap. Eric says, where is time walking walk K vendor? Airborne says, hold down. Salamir says, I can port you there. Fulruin says, Valkyrie master of all, able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Tindai says, thank you.
I don't have a target.
Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Shadowweld says, Skeleton Pinkield, let me wiggle my finger at your boxes.
I need a target.
Marketing says, anyone else unable to pay for the draw? So NDAR says, what's the add-in that lets you click on the item slot on your character screen to select other gear for that slot? Brel says, maybe Blizz broke brawls again for the third or fourth time this back. Jordana says, that brawl has always been problematic. Cuisines Uras says, LFLW to craft with edge bam braces.
I don't have a target.
Steely Stone says, LFW blacksmithing, tailoring, jewel crafting. Steely Stone says, leatherworking, engineering, 3336 profession tools. Jewelry, cloaks, cloth, bracers, guns, wands. Mail and plate armor. Max multi-craft treatise. Coolmoon says, Valkyrie master of all, able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Thinks overall dances with Sornaden. Sigmund Grain says, LFBS charged face smasher. Arsma Pride says, oh, chat OO Spy Masters, what or do I take the mob devotee's discarded headdress? Bright Blaze says, you take the tokens off. Largolf says, inscription here for your treatise needs. Do not miss out your weekly points. Get a head start of the week. Also with max, 23%, multi-craft chance. Unreal Shayla S. Stag Mall trots around. Akiri says, will we ever get Pandaria time walking again? I just want to buy the mount from the vendor, lol. Certified says, hey everyone. 2-5 I'm here and I've never even once had a physical interaction with a woman. Binks Adral hugs Skullkid. Rotal says, yeah that sounds about right. Binks Adral hugs Skullkid. Binks Adral hugs Skullkid. Sylvie says, skill issue. Elfana says, get used to it. Certified says, I have. Irotel says, what about a magical interaction? Maybe you're just a caster. Pro says, just be a warlock and summon succubus. Sylvie says, those Dalaran mages are creepy.
I need a target.
Irotel says, succubus is basic AF, summon the infernal. Win says, did one touch your butt? Irotel says, that infernacy. Certified says, I don't want demons or ghouls. I hope to hold the hand of a woman by the end of 2025. Thick Fury says, Carlatch. Zero says, can I summon a duck? Arsma Pride says, chatted fortitude, devotees discarded headdress not for Spymaster's web. Certified says, your mom has no problem summoning my duck every night. Warthominus says, quack. Sarah says, oh. Then I'll ask her for one. Irotel says, if you cannot choose, you do not deserve them, get the coins. Merkel says, you're duckly. Sylvie says, quack. Sarah says, called ducks are cute, round and fluffy. Zealbert says, best of luck with the ball everyone, love. Cranberry says, quack. Silverstein has earned the achievement war with an epic. Sylvie says, pray for big ducks at the vault. Coolman says, Valkyrie master of all able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Talzero says, WTB enchanted gilded harbinger crest.
I don't have a target. Colton Stout says, not me doing my 10 patron orders then realizing I forgot to pick the consortium weekly. Belaxo says, Guild, Azroth Circus is an 18 plus PvERP guild driven to progress, entertain, and socialize. LFM for H&R AR, Saturday 5 p.m. CST, and adventurers to help in community and guild events. PST for more info 3. Serpera says, 2 orders for 2 of your elves, laughing face. Trilumi says, rude, I feel that. Pixie Stick says, LF Taylor consecrated cuffs I have mats. Colton Stout says, smart as run. Chelm says, I'm sure you could ask people to put in cheap orders in as well.
Lena says, W Taylor Swift, no girl, there is no evidence that Mufasa and Simba were an item.
I need a target.
Lena says, MT. Girl Kisser says, can you smoke enough weed that it kills you? Roxy says, I wish. Push says, the world may never know. Girlpit says, they'll try and report back. Girl Kisser says, I feel like if anyone would know it would be World of Warcraft player Bushed. Woman says, Valkyrie master of all able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details.
I don't have a target.
Tindai says, consecrated cord on order 500 gold tip. Taco Thief says, my sisters in Christ. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Salamir says, that name burns our tongue. Precious. Gollum. Gollum. Taco Thief says, LOL. Coolman says, Valkyrie master of all, able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Nadera says, outfit. Vampirella says, LF Leatherworker Valkyrie PvP boots will tip my mats. Love.
I need a target.
Pixiastic says, how do we update crafted gear? Conflake Error says, recraft.
I don't have a target.
Drororek says, any high-level DF in Scribe want to make a quick 5k in Dornagal? Nikaiton says, cool Ruin is your job hiring, I wanna work from home too. Steely Stone says, LFW blacksmithing, tailoring, jewel crafting. Steely Stone says, metalworking, engineering, 3336 is profession tools. Jewelry, cloaks, cloth, razors, guns, wands. Mail and plate armor. Max multi-craft treatise. Roxy says, send me your treatise requests, spec into multicraft.inscription. NASA says, the Hate Forge motorcycle doesn't have a mount special, sad. Vizera says, 52 gilded crests and $229 stones lol. Harold Breccia yells, the theater troupe is performing soon. Visit the proscenium outside Dornival. Vizera says, why does this game insist I grind out content below my old low? Girl Kisser says, BC you should bootstrap your way up.
I need a target.
NASA says, rocking 5 FPS. Vizera says, is there anything that gives you like 500 or 1k stones? Candy Lady says, 3 FPS here. Lil Raleigh says, finally got full fist gear for MW last reset, but now that WW is OP I am going to grind every single piece of WW this now. Press says, fat 80 FPS. Artemis Base says, drink nothing by Dr. Pepper for like 3 months and you will have about 500 stones. Hansen says, was there something said about coffer keys being warband bound in the future or did I dream that? Andromina says, what do I do with bloody tokens if I don't need the gear anymore? Artemis Base says, nothing. Heroic waves at Innistraza. Vizora says, gumball machine. Innistraza waves at Garo. Candy Lady says, buy gear and sell for gold. Estrogen Mage says, did someone say Hawk Twa? Kateri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Candy Lady says, did so many say Estrogen Guard? Artemis Base says, please don't. Estrogen Mage says, yes hi. Cress says, did someone say bird facts? Cress says, roadrunners are fastest birds of the cuckoo family. The greater roadrunner's Latin name Geococcix californianus means Californian earth cuckoo. Mist says, he said coccyx. Artemis Base says, I thought Cash Me Outside Girl was stupid internet game final boss but I was wrong. J-Mock says, hey did the patch come out today? Pixie Stick says, dude this pet battle weekly cust is impossible to complete. Meow Chemist says, what patch? Press says, if you refer to the Siren Isle patch no. Warthomin lies down. Selamir says, the one with elf ears for humans. It's December 17th. Scully says, theater event happening. Meow Chemist says, spreads my legs. Valentina hugs Warthomini. Warthomini hugs Valentina. Berthabit says, LF charged
I don't have a target.
Press says, Death Knights have the Death Gate. Barlowy says, my catheter falls out and splats on the floor. Mist says, okay WTF. Press says, do you mean the summon closet? Estrogini says, I could have sworn someone baited trade chat into discussing the nuances of Talk Talk podcast. Artemis Base says, Asterisk reinserts Barlowy's catheter. Mist says, feelings on only fangs and fangs. Barlowy says, thank you. There is Stratus says, when are we getting the Blood Elf female vote performed anyway? There is Stratus says, Press says, roll for a busy twin. Battery says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. There is Stratus says, when the majority of female dragons are blood elves or night out. Artemis Face says, when you guys can behave. Pratt says, LFC ring of earth and craftsmanship. Inethis says, you have night elves, blood elves, void elves, give elves a break. You don't need any more. Press says, this is MG behavior isn't an option. The Alchemist says, ceremonial strat home shield, the shield looks so good. Final has earned the achievement for iconically superior. Pertave says, humans are more unique than elves at this point. Inethis says, just like now we have dwarves, dark iron, rock dwarves. Atari says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Press says, working elf busy twin. Glitterbolt says, jungle dwarf. Taco Heat says, wild hammer 2 has tattoos. There is Stratus says, BS we didn't fix snake people. The Alchemist says, customizable bulges. Artemis Face says, global master race. Matthew says, incoming cloud floors. Taco Beach says, WTB Sabrin. $40 for the new racing store. Press says, Dractor are the same thing. They both have scales. There is Stratus says, oh what do you guys want cool snake people, yeah well Harry's died for gnomes. Pertave says, humans always been master race supreme. The Alchemist says, they should let us see the knot.
I need a target.
Inethis says, at number $, there is the degenerate MG I remember. Press says, Murloc master race. Steely Strike says, LFW blacksmithing tailoring jewel crafting. Steely Strike says, leatherworking engineering 3336 profession tools. Jewelry, cloaks, cloth, bracers, guns wands. Mail and plate armor. Max multi-craft treatise. Aramir says, Aramir's engineering is exporting exquisite electronics. The right Fisher friend, crowd pummel at 2 to 30, high-end profession equipment and more. Always free W/Y max. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Tenderlin says, Guild, E Collective.
I don't have a target.
Angelichina says, did I miss the spawn time for the sewer beast to spawn? Galaxy Lord says, Valkyrie master of all able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Crest says, it's up now. Battery says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Grimbor says, are the Augury gear plans for tailoring just random drop from anywhere? Grimbor says, NBML Google it. Press says, good choice. Grimbor says, yeah, I know. Should have done that to begin with. Irayan says, if you sort by unlearned recipes and hover over the eye, it'll tell you where each individual recipe comes from. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Irayan says, blacksmithing the strongest weapon is one forged in the heat of battle. Guaranteed T5 on all PV and most PvP weapons with T3 mets and shields with concentration. Ask what mets I can provide at a discount. Taco Thief says, how cancel duel if they AFK or don't want a seat? Aramir says, Aramir's engineering is exporting exquisite electronics. A right Fisher friend, crowd pummeler 2 to 30, high-end profession equipment and more. Always
I need a
3W/Y
target.
mets.
Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Steeper says, good afternoon Moonguard. Hierarchy says, WTS Taberdo del Illuminato cheapest.
I don't have a target.
Trick says, it's afternoon. Coolman says, Valkyrie Master all able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes.
Fulcra has earned the achievement Draconically Epic. Fulcra has earned the achievement War Within Superior.
I need a target.
Esther says, hello Trey. Ben Alcina says, hello beautiful Esther. Steely Strike says, LFW blacksmithing tailoring tool crafting. Steely Strike says, leatherworking engineering 3336 profession tools. Jewelry, cloaks, cloth, bracers, gun swans. Mail and plate armor. Max multi-craft treatise. Holt says, statistically Esther is most likely of average attractiveness. Says, Ouroboros is fixed FYI. Dronorek says, LF the Dragonflight Enchanter / Leatherworker / Inscription. PST. Terry says, LFW Blacksmithing Max Armor and Weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Deep Bolt says, how symmetrical are your facial features, Esther? Crip says, who cares? Angelo says, so symmetrical for you. Fullerman says, Valkyrie master of all able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes.
I don't have a
He
target.
says, LFGF. Shadowweld says, override Fisher friend public order posted with MY Mets end tip, laughing face, love. Small says, LF craft dust thread lining. Michelangelo says, LF Warlock to summon me to Maldrops is tipping 5,000 grams. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Esther says, deep hold time like a 7/10. Fenelzina says, quirky and kinda cute but in an ironic way. Buddha says, did the class updates go through today? Fenelzina says, yep. Buddha says, awesome. Small says, LF Taylor. Fenelzina says,
I
best
need
Taylor
a
in town.
target.
Beniso says, anytime walking twinks power level. Pixiastic says, pet battlers are all losers I swear. Fenelzina says, oops. All mages. Goofy Gary says, LFJC for net recraft. Storm Nasty says, battle pets in this economy. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Arca Aaron says, I am just grinding the pet battles for that 1000 charm toy lol. Dog Bear Sheep says, battle pets is what I do with my dog and cat at home. Tarbash says, do you let them win? Martha Aaron says, 0.0. Bob Rice says, LF Ring of Earthen Craftsmanship 619 minus and tip PST. Bob Rice says, found someone tie. Beniso says, anytime walking twinks power leveling.
I don't have a target.
Marin says, I am so happy you found someone bought Rise. I wish you everlasting happiness together. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Han says, so is the brawl broken, can't queue for it. Mike Angelo says, yeah. Han says, damn wonder if Korik's revenge counts as a brawl win. Mochiro says, OMG the new archives quest is crazy.
Kissa says, Guild, Squishy Noises is an 18 plus community seeking those who wish to find a safe and secure home in which they can enjoy and play the game with friends. We have all the links, like Bang, Discord, and love to go around. Dunkin' Donuts says, you're crazy. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Ibira Ann says, blacksmithing the strongest weapon is one forged in the heat of battle. Guaranteed T5 on all PV and most PvP weapons with T3 mets and shields with concentration. Ask what mets I can provide at a discount. Drororex says, LF the Dragonflight Enchanter / Leatherworker / Inscription. PST. Fullerman says, Valkyrie master of all able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details.
Fennelzina seems a little tipsy from the jug of Badlands bourbon.
Legion Rebel says, Fresh RP
I
PvP
need
Guild,
a target.
Sky Pirates, is looking for players for rated BGs, RP events, giveaways, and we may casually rate if enough interest plus prizes in the future. Edan says, LFLW. Small says, LFBS. Arlish says, LF recraft cliff edge binding. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Mike Angelo says, LF Warlock W / access to Maldrox's 8000 G-tip. Tokalades says, LFBJ. Trixman says, was there a patch today? Trixman says, class changes. Mike Angelo says, yeah, player housing in SW now. Goofy Gary says, LFBS for chest / boots. Ray Zelen says, SW is getting destroyed, that's why it's so laggy. Dunkin' Donuts says, booking our new location today. Come check us out. Smiley face, map pin location. Goofy Gary says, LFBS for chest / boots.
Fenalzina says, don't ask us if there was a patch today, your time isn't more valuable than ours. You can check Wowhead just like the rest of us. Arlish says, LF fetch binder.
Fenalzina seems to be sobering up.
Sealavet says, new lumberjack and carpentry professions for housing would be great. Rayzalem says, a denim patch? Demersix says, happy 6 tokens of merit day. Goofy Gary says, LFBS for chest slash boots. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes.
I don't have a target.
Fenalzina says, Sealavet we could dress up and have a contest, lumberjack off or something free. Hulet says, yes side of the unmaker. Amor Dallin says, grats. Cried says, can someone recraft this? Charged slicer. Hulet says, now I just need obvious pauldrons and I can start being an evil druid. Logan Grove says, LF someone that can make me a philosopher's stone. Cyan says, leatherworking all armor recipes, most prof tool recipes, spec into prof recipes and mail belt slash braces. Logan Grove says, and teach me to spell. Emola says, just start all pull the next pack. Emola says, you'll be 90% of the way there. Coolman says, Valkyrie master of all able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry, crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Fenalzina yells, Lasia. Goodert yells, Pen Island.
I need a target.
Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Uridine says, okay guys, I'll just say it. The ending to Arcane was bad. Marticus says, shut up. Zeristraza says, are queues broken or something? Istal says, how you dare. Jumpboot says, where are you known? And Dwarf Rogue said, let me turn you into a turkey, I'll pay you. Sylvie says, come to Delran. Uridine says, why do shows try and do too many things when they know their season will have 9 episodes? Uridine says, why are we introducing new things on the last 2 episodes? Ethereal Warpweaver says, please state the nature of the stylistic emergency. Keylern says, you must not have watched any shows since Game of Thrones came out. Zeristraza says, cost percent and asterisk mile writing. Suki Shu says, you ever watched that show from? Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Ibira Ann says, blacksmithing the strongest weapon is one forged in the heat of battle. Guaranteed T5 on all PvE and most PvP weapons with T3 mets and shields with concentration. Ask what mets I can provide at a discount. Suki Shu says, at number dollar pisses me off. No N-wares, just more questions. I stopped watching. Fenelcina says, sounds like the US government. Daviolite says, so I bought an Rubian Gemweaver, but it's not letting me socket into Seraph's cast. Is this a bug or am I not seeing something here? Uridine says, if only I could stop watching / hearing about this political clown fiesta. Uridine says, at least I can turn Arcane off.
Swooping Hawk seems a little tipsy from the pinch whistle nitro fuel.
Rogers in interest says, read the last line. Keylern says, maybe sitting in trade chat just isn't for you. Suki Shu says, government never stops watching though. Ayura waves at Hunjin.
Swooping Hawk seems to be
I
sobering
don't
up.
have a target.
Ifira Ann says, the worst part about Arcane is that it's over. Drororex says, looking for DF Enchanter and Scribe to craft Lego parts. Will provide recipe. Hunjin waves at Ayura. Farinta says, literally says no helms. Z says, feds are watching trade chat RN. Fallville says, if I want politics, I watch a Gundam show. Gundam is good. Z says, they know your builds and your bank values. Iridine says, trade isn't even where I hear the most politics. All the conservative endies are smelling each other's farts in classic Redux RN. Zamir says, looking for a community to find friends for RP in all forms of WoW content but don't want to be tied down to a guild? Join the Pride of Ezroth Discord. LGBTQ friendly 18+ server dedicated to just that. Whisper for more info. Suki Shu says, Gundam Endless Waltz is the best Christmas movie. Davia Light says, it says it can be used on helms though, just not PvP items. Fenelzina says, ignore Raja and Tharinta, who can't read apparently. Logan Boss says, the week of which Dalran. I hope Dalran stays dead so we don't get 3 Dalrans. Fulruin says, Valkyrie master of all able to craft everything. Weapons, armor, jewelry crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Zahar says, Valkyrie token of merit will I turn these in. Scrimgar says, are we reading the same thing cause I see can be used on helms, bracers, or belts. Did you convert the piece from PvP though? Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Sigmeister says, I hope they make a new mage city or just make Surama the new mage city. Iridine says, Bob Silvermoon next is back. Harold Breccia yells, the theater troupe is performing soon. Visit the proscenium outside Dornival. Keylern says, both of those are designated horde cities. Darbash says, I hope they gentrify Ironforge. Ben Lau has earned the achievement war within Epic. Davia Light says, no, I converted my helm from a time walking box. Sigmeister says, Dalran was practically an aligned city anyways. Cove Tuesday says, be good place for housing. Roch's Netra says, can't be used on converted items. Zen says, put some public orders up for treatises. Farinta says, oh her reloading did give me a different item, that's weird, you know PvP stuff though. Keylern says, except you know the entire Horde district. Fenelzina says, Roch's Netra Moongard and Farinta Moongard are really not smart, do not take their advice seriously. Roch's Netra says, has to be TWWS1 original. Logan Boss says, nothing a little bit more will we fix in Silvermoon, Keylern. Iridine says, did but the Sunwell is the assumed next story beat after TWW so I. Gryzel Main says, any DPS/folks trying to level up their alts want to queue up with me. Gear tank gonna blast through sometime walk. Sylvie says, tie. Iridine says, I'd imagine Silvermoon will get a little sprucing up. Marcus says, how is Alliance PvP on this realm? Cove Tuesday says, I'm one of the world boss. Fenelzina says, we are the best. Tissa says, Guild, Squishy Noises is an 18+ community seeking those who wish to find a safe and secure home in which they can enjoy and play the game with friends. We have all the needs, like a bank, Discord, and love to go around. Sigmeister says, it's not assumed Iridine. They outright said that's what's happening next. Roch's Netra says, Fenelzina is just toxic rather than adding anything of value. Iridine says, I'll believe it when I see it. I don't believe anything like this until the product is aired. Davia Light says, ooh, I see. That's a letdown for converted items. Uneasy face. Davia Light says, thanks anyways, aw. Roch's Netra says, yeah, they get away with it with that little first bit TWWS one. Sigmeister says, that's the entire selling point of the expansion. Sigmeister says, literally too late to change it. Iridine says, I thought it was housing. Sigmeister says, nah, housing is just a really cool feature that's coming with it. The Midnight expansion story is all about avoid invasion through the Sunwell. Fable says, I wish I was hyped for that, but it sounds lame to me. Sicko says, I don't want mine elf in a human house. I hope they have race-themed housing. Staldrick says, I just hope Northrend 2.0 is good. Scrimgar says, so it was a PvP piece converted. Was unsure if you could even do that. Junkbook says, needed Warfro for Turkey Lurkey will pay. Rogers and Entry says, it was TW converted. Type says, DF was Northrend 2.0. Niena says, anyone know when the purge of Drakthir from Dornable is happening? Is it this essay on or next? Staldrick says, they did say there will be various types of house themes, not just human architecture. Staldrick says, we're going back to Northrend in 13.0, that's what I mean. Strand says, human orc. iRoffle says, do I still get purged if I literally never use Drakthir form? Master says, can't wait to see the updated version of Kulthal in Northrend. Falbo says, I feel like them trying housing is just gonna be Garrisons 2.0, they won't make something not directly tied to progression and player power. Strand says, ID imagine we are getting architecture from all the core races. Staldrick says, they already confirmed there will be no player power tied to housing. Zigmeister says, they already said it has nothing to do with player power in any way. Fenelzina says, like the races from the core. Scrimgar says, you'd think it still have the time warp tag then. Strand says, non-allied races. Faldo says, they confirmed it, sure. I'll wait to believe it until it is in hand. Ethert says, I'm ready for SO Cash Shop $100 plus homes. Rogers Netra says, I guess when converted the TW tag drops, but keeps the same drop. Faldo says, I'm still waiting for their dance studio too. Zigmeister says, confused face. Deathly says, buying GF. Sicko says, I can't wait for the upgraded fireplace on the cash shop for only $40. Finley says, guys I need your help. My friends are making fun of me cause I don't use a mechanical keyboard. So I decided to buy one. I got a budget of 200. What should I buy? Faldo says, better friends. Arania says, get new friend. Marticus says. Irene Kenny says, TF, get better friends. Kenny says, get new friends. Scrimgar says, that is good to know. Urdine says, he'll be your new friend for $200. Keylern says. Zigmeister says, Orion G910 is nice. Ethert says, no bathtub without $. I don't have this market. Marticus says, he'll be your friend for 200. $4. Rocco says, keep your master race. Irene Kenya says, the only time you should replace your keyboard is if the one you have you do not like. Eteri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Urdine says, I have a dashboard, it's not too bad. Marcus says, is anyone else's PvP queue not popping? Faldo says, I'm using a cheap Redragon keyboard. It ain't grand, but it gets the job done, and my budget thanked me. Ethert says, I only replace my keyboard switches and keys and only because my parrot likes to rip off keys the second I turn away. Jechom says, it's 1 PM on Tuesday, give people time. Armine says, I hate adjusting my hand and finger positions on new keyboards or with new controllers. Fruit Bat says, thinking about tacos. Arline says, I know we've only just met, but when are you not thinking about tacos? Ethert says, taco. Britney Spears says, no tacos. Bardrenier says, WTS plans, sanctified steps 175k. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Drororx says, looking for a DF scribe for a quick 5k. PST. Dice says, Guild, the Neon Dragon, RP, as Roth's most highly sought after entertainment organization. We have built a reputation offering the best entertainment money can buy. Tattoos, nightlife. Dice says, and CD underground involvement. Adult content within. Must be 18 plus and have Discord. PST for more information. Bardrenier says, WTS plans, sanctified steps 175k. Uno says, if you post what recipe you are looking for, we might be able to help. Iraun says, LF enchanter to make enchanted gilded harbinger crest.
I need a target.
Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Redcliffe says, WTS lurking marauders finding 616 ways it cheaper than all. PST. Bardrenier says, WTS plans, sanctified steps 175k. Redcliffe says, waste asterisk.
Sigmeister says, has anyone seen Redmayne? Where did he go? Dirk Cole says, the actor. Bloodbeam says, Guild, Midday Oblivion is a casual and relaxed guild seeking individuals 18 plus. Who raid, hit up mythics and everything in between. Shoot me a PM if interested, or for more info. Sigmeister says, no, the player housing advocate. Deathly says, anyone want to be my GF? He says, I haven't seen Redmayne in forever. Durowing says, LFLW to recraft rune-branded kickers. Barbarian says, WTS plans, sanctified steps 175k. Sigmeister says, same, I wonder where he went. Eteri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Dubdeer says, Guild, deities and demigods want to wake up with coffee and guildmates on Discord or even in-game during the work week. Our server is aggressively entertaining. Kind mature grown-ups only 24 plus. Durowin says, LFLW to recraft rune-branded kickers.
I don't have a target.
Barbarian says, WTS plans, sanctified steps 175k. Han says, 21 silver best I can offer. Sarah says, give me tasty crests to make. Sulkokin says, seal of the poison pack nice, smiley face. Sneaka says, LF scribe / Taylor / JC. Impact says, LFBS charged Claymore 619 recraft, please PST.
Carrot says, LF consecrated fort 636 craft. Sneaky says, LF Taylor.
I need a target.
Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Redcliffe says, WTS lurking marauders binding, 616 mail belt. PST. Buff Warrior says, any pressed crafters? Buff Warrior says, any pressed crafters? Asuriana says, what did you need? Glossy Paw says, LF active PvP or PvE guild that runs content and likes to vibe in Discord. Maybe play other Gomez 2 coughs LOL or etc. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Went says, anyone have a twink who can run me through TW dungeons from level 76 to 80 real fast? Ping, laughing face. Buff Warrior says, looking for male blue crafter. Buff Warrior says, looking for male blue crafter. Birth of it says, LF room grounded armbands. Birth of it says, LF room grounded armbands. Blind says, server reset unpolymorph my monkeys. Blind says, I had an entire garden of floating monkey.
I don't have a target.
Berthabit says, LF rune branded armbands. Tenby says, okay Alpha. Atari says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Berthabit says, LF rune branded armbands. Farrakhan says, LF inscriptor for patient alchemist's mixing rod. Buff Warrior says, looking for male boot crafter. Buff Warrior says, looking for male boot crafter. Menacingly says, LF guild. PST. Acroma says, LF crafter ever forged warblade my mats. Lance has earned the achievement Draconically Epic. Lance has earned the achievement Warblade Epic. Atari says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Buff Warrior says, looking for male boot crafter. Buff Warrior says, looking for male boot crafter.
I need a target.
Winter Song says, LF leather worker to craft rune branded waistband R5. PST. Blackbean says, is there a portal from SW to Dorn? Cluedo says, yup. Antigamot says, LF Everforged Longsword R5 plus embellished craft. Blackbean says, we're it. Churligosa says, Stonefield and McClure is a social/leveling guild of active, helpful, and friendly members. We are treat everyone like family, accept all levels and classes and have the best cookies and hugs on Azeroth. Message for an invite, and have a great day. Cluedo says, Mage Tower, back. Buff Warrior says, looking for male boot crafter. Buff Warrior says, looking for male boot crafter. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Blind says, so there's nothing new with Pilgrim's Bounty this year. Denadruid says, same portal room as all the others, head upstairs to the 2nd level. Bloodwolf says, LF craft Everforged lit plates. Unboomer says, offering access to my Vertisaur for a 100 grams tip. I'm parked in SW Trade District PST. Zebu says, LOL. Bennyheim says, Hazalgar blacksmithing. Charged Hexus word LF 619 ILVL. Solpokin says, nah, I'll use seat when you're AFK. Unboomer says, fraud.
I don't have a target.
Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Warmcuddle says, 5k gold to anyone that can point me out to any kind of plural forms in the English language, aside S, ES, IES, I4s, BES4FE, please with me. Bloodwolf says, any crafters here LF Everforged lit plates.
Demi says, we. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Arlime says, I'm so close to losing my percent and asterisk. Starbucks says, Silabus, Silabi, radius slash radii. Tyla says, should keep better track of it then so you don't lose it. Stever says, I have obtained the 8 o'clock orb for the fell cycle.
I need a target.
Undermer says, Rat Stevers. Stever says, thank you Undermer even though you make my pet small. Undermer says, sometimes I can't help myself. Sage Ren says, I repeat. For a moment. Stever says, he what? Sage Ren says, yes. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max armor and weapons. Have all PvP recipes. Sage Ren says, sorry, it's too much lion pride. Arlime says, these Ulis, at number dollaring pieces of percent and asterisk have left me without a vehicle for a, at number dollar percent and month now because their brains are made of dog asterisk, at number, straight face. Pallenberg says, well relax there buddy. Leo says, inside voice please. Pallenberg says, giving us paladins a bad name. Tom says, as highest. Arlime says, about to go fire mage style and burn their dollar percent and asterisk, at Ed shop down with a minute.
Unboomer says, did they screw your car up? Battery says, LFW blacksmithing max weaponsmith, have all PvP recipes. Nikaiton says, in the name of the light, right guys? Right? Arlime says, no, they just haven't fixed the mother number $% ER. Finality says, when does season 2 start?
I don't have a target.
Life Offy says, like 2 maybe 3. Life Offy says, could be 5. Paluberg says, season 2 starts March 28th. Arlime says, like I've called twice a week and it's always oh we are waiting on the port, oh they sent us the wrong one, oh they sent us a broken one, like it all sounds like bull and asterisk, at. Birdsodican says, Satan. Unboomer says, you want I should give them a lie idle chat? Battery says, LFW blacksmithing max weaponsmith, have all PvP recipes. Arlime says, I'm $1,500 into a $6 car, I'm about to go have a chat with them honestly. Unboomer says, I will stuff my cheeks with cotton and call them up. Arlime says, 6k car asterisk. Lolo says, LF Livesh Fem braces recraft. Coke Tuesday says, you should carry out. Ethereal Warpweaver says, I have arrived. Belly says, enchanting tailoring avail. If you post them for 20 grams on a public order, people probably won't do them X. Chernogrin says, Guild, Cozy Crew we're a chill and laid back AOTC guild looking for players for Mythic and raiding. Recruiting for potential Mythic raid team. 5k repairs and stock bank for raiders. Laughing face. Battery says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash brazier smith, have all PvP recipes. Stever says, I have to go level in hardcore classic because I am hardcore. Rajan Aaron has earned the achievement war within Epic. Stormwalker says, do you live hardcore? Marticus says, hardcore to the max. Marticus says, hardcore to the mega. Battery says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash brazier smith, have all PvP recipes. Schmoopsy says, what class you playing HC, Stevers? Life Offy says, he's gone.
I need a target.
Life Offy says, sad face. Schmoopsy says, see. Charlotte says, sup nerdos. Ericon says, LF Taylor for Nerubian Alchemist's hat and Artisan Alchemist's robe 2k tip each. Buff Warrior says, looking for male boot crafter. Buff Warrior says, looking for male boot crafter. Chernikern says, a wild Disco Elysium reference, hell yeah. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash razor smith, have all PvP recipes. Stormwalker says, egghead moment. Articus says, laughing face. Pan says, dude, Outlaw Rogue is fun. Why do people hate this spec again? Stormwalker says, because some people take tier lists as the only way to play. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash razor smith, have all PvP recipes. Camlin says, Cap AoE. Pan says, but do they list a reason or something? Pan says, I don't want to do AoE. Elastera says, kept AoE is the reason. Lovewolf says, LFC Everforged leg plates. Vicky says, submissive rogue is best. Unruler says, the number of messages that can be sent to this channel is limited, please wait. Go outside and touch some grass. Copperspoon says, big agree. Copperspoon says, totally not biased. Saradai says, Disco Elysium mentioned HNGG.
I don't have a target.
Marticus says, I just finished my second playthrough wild how different it was. Cyan says, leather working all base armors, spec proc tool slash nail boots and bracers. Yeteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash razor smith, have all PvP recipes. Pan says, took me a moment to get the rotation down but the law hits hard. Marticus says, doing shiver slash inland empire. Stormwalker says, feels fun too Hanzo, I just got 1 to 79 but came to check this vault. Saradai says, I really gotta do another playthrough. I loved my first one which was also sugar slash inland. Jay says, Outlaw is X3 the effort for X1.5 the DPS. Hans says, not to mention the hooks. Dude, the hooks make use per man. Sigmeister says, but Outlaw is fun. Hans says, it's so much fun. Bateri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash brazier smith, have all PvP recipes. Sigmeister says, Outlaw is my main alt. Jay says, it's fun until between the eyes butts and doesn't cast. Yunair says, is Spelunker's waning candle or detachable bang any good? Stormwalker says, I do understand what people mean though. I can low stomp through things as paladin with very few buttons and have an easy time in Delves. 3 Car Jam says, my type, tall nerdy white guy who is into coke rap. Saradai says, Hanzo if you're not doing like high-end, late game content then it literally doesn't matter. Play what you find fun. Hans says, WTF is CZE talking about? Sigmeister says, NGL Paladin is definitely the easiest class RN. It's kinda crazy OP. Jay says, the truth is often hard to understand. Stormwalker says, or I can sweat it out on my rope and use every ability to sort of survive Delves. Saradai says, tier list number $% is only for dorks doing mythic rating and like plus 15 keys. Hans says, WTF are you on about? Hamlin says, Outlaw was more fun last season when it was even more frantic. Losing acrobatic strikes, reducing the complexity and kept AoE make it less appealing to me this season. Jay says, Between the Eyes was bugged for launch of expansion. It PROC, you cast it, and nothing would happen. Stormwalker says, been kept AoE for 3+ years, word they never touched that. Cyan says, think the AoE has been kept on Outlaw since the end of hasn't it? Bateri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash brazier smith, have all PvP recipes.
I need a target.
Defect says, LFLW to recraft to 619 Bam Braces of Deepening Darkness. Stormwalker says, actually hey rogue players who do Delves, is your best way still Outlaw with so tricky spec on the hero talents? Hamlin says, I've never had an issue in Delves' assassination. Hamlin says, Outlaw is probably fine too. Like Poppy says, do minus Sin too. Fallen says, yeah I just play Sin. Midia says, I did Sektor with Outlaw. Stormwalker says, so tricky was to give Grand Perma aggro. Stormwalker says, do you not struggle to survive as the sole focus of aggro is a sass? Saradai says, I run around and sap people in the middle of no one while stealth occasionally just to let them know I'm there. Shancom says, so I know this is a long shot but does anyone have a goblin rogue I can shoot for the achievement? Last one I need. Camlin says, play Brand as a healer. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash brazier smith, have all PvP recipes. Stormwalker says, well yeah he's always been healer. Life Offy says, there hasn't been an issue. I started gearing mine as sin, then learned about so tricky, but by then it didn't matter anymore. Life Offy says, got used to it. Aimlessly says, Guild, Prom Crush is working for more. We're chill PvP, we focus on RPGs but we enjoy PvP in all forms. Sweating not encouraged, all skill levels welcome. Level 10 plus. Aimlessly says, Guild, Prom Crushed is looking for more. We're chill PvP, we focus on RPGs but we enjoy PvP in all forms. Sweating not encouraged, all skill levels welcome. Level 10 plus. Leafex says, LFLW to recraft to 619 bam braces of deepening darkness. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash brazier smith, have all PvP recipes. Stormwalker says, I'll try branching out then. I tried doing it too while leveling mine last night and I just got smacked so hard the heals couldn't keep up. Master says, anyone else here excited for Wind and Truth next week? Through Durham says, no.
I don't have a target.
Saradai says, what's Wind and Truth? Morley says, I got some rain and gas today. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash brazier smith, have all PvP recipes. Shay says, as a tank do I vault for Irritera Sacred or ignore it and keep my Swarm Lord's authority foul behemoth Shelly Sarah. Please whisper me I must know. Leafex says, LFLW to recraft to 619 bam braces of deepening darkness. Fallen says, Fallen spits and bolts, Gnomish engineer LFW. 5 STA are profession tools, guns, and gear as well as all non-goblin recipes in the game. All crafts are free with provided materials. Tips appreciated. Anova says, anyone else have trouble with Keystone Hero Apprentice not showing up? Malmok says, I need some suggestions for a character name. Inspirations are a prince and a canary, bird in a cage, masculine R&D, go. Ethereal Wolf Weaver says, I have arrived. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash brazier smith, have all PvP recipes. Time Bender says, jewel crafting LFW max rank rings, next, profession gear W slash T3 mats. Harold Breccia yells, the theater troupe is performing soon. Visit the proscenium outside Dornival. Time Bender says, engineering LFW max rank bracers, guns, Propsy and gear W slash T3 mats. Spartacus says, LF recraft R5 Valkyrie Alchemist Stone will tip PST. Lovewolf says, LFC Everforged leg plates. Tanela says, Ouroboros entry quests I know it is bugged when you skip the Moss starter quests, but I did not skip it. I played through and cannot get the quests once I completed those. Everything I have looked up states when you skip them. Any suggestion?
Owner Fidey says, fix coming in 10.0.7 for Bliss support. Life Offy says, wait for the patch they claim will fix it. Owner Fidey says, had the same issue. Arosiran says, damn, 10.0.7. We gotta go back in time. Antalsaria says, the fix is coming last X back. Rel says, it's been an issue for about 2 years now. Just hurry up and wait for a fix. Tanela says, okay, so even playing through on a low level does that now? Lovely. Thanks. Han says, Brawl is still broken, watch reset back to comp stomp again lol. Dubdeer says, Guild, deities and demigods looking to bond over dad jokes, cat videos, and questionable memes? I got you. H-rate and social guild of active members. Adult humor must, be mature and kind 24 plus. Boner Fidey says, I just want to be Baron Boner Fidey Blizz please. Cyan says, hog more honor farming, smiley face. Steely Totem says, LFW blacksmithing tailoring jewel crafting. Steely Totem says, Friday will be doing 336 profession tools. Jewelry, cloaks, cloth, bracers, guns wands. Mail and plate armor. Max multi-craft treatise. Han says, hell yeah more gold. Frostspike says, why are time walking queues so long? Lovewolf says, LFC Everforged leg plate and tip $. Han says, grab your nearest healer or tank then Q. Serene says, anyone want to tag along with me to do the time walking weekly? I'm healing.
I need a target.
Serene says, got room for 2 DPS and a tank. And Dumb says, LF Taylor recraft consecrated port 619. Unidrill says, they'll join for a few rounds. Time Vendor says, engineering LFW max rank bracers, guns, Proxine gear W/T3 max. Kateri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon /shield /bracer smith, have all PvP recipes. Time Vendor says, jewel crafting LFW max rank rings, next, profession gear W/T3 max. Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash razor smith, have all PvP recipes. Syrian says, last call for weekly time walking, room for tank and 1 DPS. Ribbon says, it's how I got here. Ribbon smiles itching with an F. Vicky says, making a new character, want to try melee. Mostly do solo content, or pub here and there. Pally or DK. Beast Sprite says, Pally. Belmalu says, anyone on that can make an artisan sickle max rank if I supply R3 mats? Smiley face. Sigmeister says, Pally is easy and fun. DK is less easy but also very fun. Syrian says, Pally.
I don't have a target.
Belly says, Pally is easiest. DK has 2 very different DPS specs and can be the unkillable tank. Belly says, but Pally is also the big shiny pew pew if you need that kind of brain satisfaction. Saradai says, any male spec DLW on that can make me some 619 gear? Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash razor smith, have all PvP recipes. Oathbreaker says, as RET Pally do I want haste or crit wall? Timebender says, Jewel crafting LFW max rank rings, next, profession gear W slash T free mats. Steely Totem says, LFW blacksmithing tailoring jewel crafting. Ethard says, mastery. Steely Totem says, leatherworking engineering 3336's profession tools. Jewelry, cloaks, cloth, bracers, guns wands. Mail and plate armor. Max multi-craft treatise. Timebender says, engineering LFW max rank razors, guns, design gear W slash T3 mats. Firzer says, they're about even. Pon says, ballast them. Mardicus says, mastery crit haste bear. Firzer says, mastery crit equals haste bear. Luismo says, LF recrafted Dreamal Surge clasp 619. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash razor smith, have all PvP recipes. Valeria says, Pally if you want to hit more buttons, DK if you want to hit less buttons. Kiara says, haste equals noms. Sigmeister says, Pally buttons are easier though. Kanakomi over says, Pally is the easiest class in the me. Kanakomi over says, what are you saying? Valeria says, yes, less buttons but wrong button equals bad. Belly says, DK has plenty of buttons. Han says, but one that matters. Han says, death strike or they dead. Oathbreaker says, Paladin is easy AF and that's why I like it. Valeria says, I'm just talking about the flow not difficulty for sure, like it feels like combat is faster as Pally than DK. Kanakomi over says, more instant abilities. It TBH. Jalual says, Paladins require the IQ of a glass of water to play, they're great. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash razor smith, have all PvP recipes.
Zigmeister says, true. RET Paligo BRRR. Palacio says, happy face. Sarcy says, Palis don't have to worry about resources, that's why they feel fast. Noodle says,
I
Game Age
need
has
a
like 34
target.
buttons, sad face. Steely Stone says, LFW blacksmithing tailoring tool crafting. Steely Stone says, leatherworking engineering 3336 profession tools. Jewelry, cloaks, cloth, bracers, gun swans. Mail and plate armor. Max multi-craft treatise. Trix says, girls always talk about their flow. Triluni says, I press maybe 6 buttons, and DPS go burr. Obsidian says, the chromatic accord our aim is to provide a safe space for LGBTQ and gamers and allies. We are a cross-faction guild that is social, mythic and plus in-raid progression guild. Whisper me if you have more Quizion. Kanakomi over says, true you have a way bigger mental load when you can chill play on Pally. Oathbreaker says, combining imperfect ascendancy serum with avenging wrath is like drugs, you can clear mobs of elites in 5 seconds. Palacio says, 4 of the 6 being Divine Storm, laughing face. Han says, Arcane Mage is giving a kid a fighter jet and expect them to fly it. Ethard says, I feel like I got like 4 or 5 buttons for Spryest. Oathbreaker says, I also play Arcane Mage and yes it is complicated but worth it when you figure it out. Shalesha says, hey guys we're cute but I am wildly undergeared at 71, I hit the offer some quick gear and all the usable gear is level 80. Shalesha says, what do I do? Bateri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash bracer smith, have all PvP recipes. Ishnaller says, would you rather have $50 or have your head crushed by a hydraulic press? Oathbreaker says, that Biome said I don't think I have it figured out. Zigmeister says, it's a lot easier now than it used to be as well. Arcane Mage. Never a better time to play one. Zarxy says, this new Arcane Barge class design actually isn't that hard. Stylef says, go to the time walking vendors in Tenorus and snag a few items. Kanakomi over says, no getting around it may go hit 80 through time walking. Time vendor says, engineering LFW max rank bracers, guns, profi and gear W slash T3 mats. Triluni says, if you have time warp badges, use some of those for OK gear in Tenorus. Time vendor says, jewel crafting LFW max rank rings, necks, profession gear W slash T3 mats. Zarxy says, or should I say complicated? It's hard to do but the concept is pretty easy to grasp. Ethard says, put in crafting orders for DFL VL70 blues mets are cheap. Trix says, they had to give mage something. Teleport wasn't enough. Silef says, do a time walking dungeon too. Doodle says, Arcane is real fun when you're PROCing mobs of Arcane Orcs though. Oathbreaker says, oh I definitely don't have it figured out, I'm still stuck in the constant max Arcane charges style. Balrin says, Balrin's bits and bolts, Gnomish engineer LFW. 5 STA are profession tools, guns, and gear as well as all non-goblin recipes in the game. All crafts are free with provided materials. Tips appreciated. Triluni says, the 69 to 72 part is about the worst sudden gear shift there is. Anthony over says. Palacio says, I used to play Arcane during DFS1, and I really missed the form of Arcane. Valeria says, did they ever say, are these rewards going to stay on the time walking vendors after anniversary? Bridal of the Ironbound Wraith Charger. Oathbreaker says, yes that mount has been around for a while and won't be going anywhere fake. Silef says, that one specifically is a WAP KTW item. Valeria says, I just don't remember it on the vendor, maybe I wasn't paying attention. Conrock says, the bridle of the Ironbound Wraith Charger has been around for a while. Drop Top says, LF 619 Rune Harbinger Craft, PST. Bateri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash razor smith, have all PvP recipes. Steely Stone says, LFW blacksmithing tailoring tool crafting. Steely Stone says, leatherworking engineering 3336 profession tools. Jewelry, cloaks, cloth, bracers, gun swans. Mail and plate armor. Max multi-craft treatise. Oshbrim says, are the harmonized silk shared between WB characters, or specific to each? Triluni says, specific. Oshbrim says, righto thanks kindly.
have a target.
Time vendor says, Joel crafting LFW max rank rings. Next, profession gear W/T3 mats. Time vendor says, engineering LFW max rank racers, guns, profine gear W/T3 mats. Try to saw says, LFLW to craft leather PvP boots. PST. Full says, hey guys, my keys keep getting depleted. Which option do you think is best, RN? Fulton toaster? Or toaster in bath? Tom says, both. Ishnaller says, outfit. Drop top says, LF enchanted boom carpenter crest crown. Trilumi says, both at the same time. Zigmeister says, best option is pumpkin pie to feel better. Unboomer says, take a double dose of Fukatao. Uffle says, I never looked at it like that, Pawn. Thank you for your insight. Pawn says, no problem. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon / shield / razor smith, have all PvP recipes. Trick says, I can see guild chat in my sleep. Pawn says, stab the toaster in an epic battle near a bathtub so when they find you it looks cool or funny lol. Trick says, and yells too, sad face. Says, I am gonna be the also having nothing in the next 2 or 3 months. Crick says, 36 combines for enhanced shaman lab. Charlie says, NA, just toss it in like a bat bomb shrug. Try to saw says, LFLW to craft leather PvP boots. PST. Says, I encountered pianist but it was too difficult. Crick says, just hop in a circle and peeps will believe you have invincible. Nobody can see it anyhow. Crick says, you're a funny boomer.
I need a target.
Trick says, Case is invincible. Try to saw says, LFLW to craft leather PvP boots. PST. Mobius says, if it's invincible why can I still see it? Unboomer says, I see what you did there, Tricks. Drop top says, LF619 recraft everforged band braces. Unboomer says, oh wait, I don't see it.
Provo says, need box open lockpick 725. Chris says, I thought I had it. Maybe I did once but all these bugs. Vaughn says, invisible dash dash you guys see their knuckle here. Fox Revolution says, invisible chains. Weezo says, G. Marcus says, damn brats. Mobius says, I think your room is broken. There's nothing there. Weezo says, Z. Fox Revolution says, type. Trick says, I see nothing too. Fox Revolution says, about 30 minutes ago from the time walking chest. Sulkokin says, I read the drop rates for this week's TW. Rasmussen says, what are you guys congratulating? I see nothing. Don says, you tried to even the blank achievement appeared see Invincible's reigns. Strict says, it numbers some druid ghosting. I see nothing. Hodgman said, what about emotional electric devices? Viscera says that mount isn't real. Unboomer says, cause I am writing on the Trick says, WT 100 electric devices. Petsma says, 1K LOL. Ron says, wait a minute. Drill says, that any healers will tanks up to you. Steely Space says, all of you blacksmith material battle. Steely Toba says, level of engineering 3336 professional tools. Jewelry, clothes, cloth, razors, guns, wands. Plate armor. Small says, I can't recall. Is there a way to pull a gem out of the socket? Terry says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash razor smith. All the recipes.
I don't have a target.
Ori says, hi trade. Azuriana says, hello. A gem from a necklace. Ori says, nope, gotta replace it. The gem gets degraded. Says, if you ask nicely. Trick says, I forget how to reply to hello. Been so long. Esther says, hi Ari. Ori says, hi Esther. Esther says, my duck's water was frozen today. Esther says, I had to thaw their pool.
Ori says, that's no good. Ducks need water, it's like their personality. Ori says, the other half is land and air. Trix says, are they mighty ducks? Mordain says, outfit strong. Esther says, very unfortunate to be waterfowl and not just fowl. Trix says, foul ball. Esther says, anyone wanna give me like 20k to buy enchants? I just resubbed and I'm super poor but I'm nice and I'll compliment you if you want. Mordain says, oof. Trix says, fine, tell trade I am best player ever. Eco Friendlit says, yo anyone wanna help with a Christmas present? LMAO, I'm 70k gold away from my WoW token, I got 2 HRS left, LMAO save me. Esther says, Trix is the best player ever, like literally ever. Mordain says, the boars are here today it seems. Esther says, no one does DPS or heals as good as Trix. Life Offy says, save you. We're freeing you by not getting you that 70k. Be free. Rowdy Yahoo says, I vote we start a charity and all pitch in 2k. SK says, LFJC max rank enchanter's crystal. Kateri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash razor smith, have all PvP recipes. Smaxy says, come dance for me over here. Naked. Then I'll give you 20k. She's a boots Belwaz knows. Esther says, I'm a gnome, I don't feel comfortable getting naked. Trix says, I'm at bank steps SW, I'm like a bird. I only fly away.
I need a target.
Wilshire Me says, everyone getting ready for Turkey Day? Wilshire Me says, we ordered a fried turkey and I'm so looking forward to ITTXD. Tanela says, first Turkey Day off in years, I am pretty stoked. Wilshire Me says, nice. Moto says, soon the cooking begins. Esther says, I'm doing a Friendsgiving for a bunch of students with no families to celebrate with. Kateri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash razor smith, have all PvP recipes. Coke Tuesday says, make sure to get pumpkin pie and eggnog. Steely Spoke says, LFW blacksmithing tailoring tool crafting. Steely Spoke says, leatherworking engineering 3336 profession tools. Jewelry, cloaks, cloth, bracers, gun swans. Mail and plate armor. Max multi-craft treatise. Rowdy Yahoo says, I'm not American. Ethard says, I had Turkey Day last month like a sensible Canuck. Zertle says, that's awesome Esther. Ziggleblink says, make sure to hug your ex-wife at dinner. Trix says, I'm on a Mexican radio. Naturus Praying says, Canadians don't deserve Thanksgiving, they deserve to go to prison. Rowdy Yahoo says, but I'll still eat your turkey. Wilshire Me says, awesome, I remember when I was in basic training they had families that hosted us. Colin says, so number $% alchemy with this debuff over and over stopping us from actually learning recipes and eating our mats. Coke Tuesday says, if you're brave get the tofuki. Ziggleblink says, Canadians are nice and don't deserve to go to prison, they deserve a nap and syrup. Ori says, I keep my ex-husband under my floorboards, I'll be sure to bring him out this year. Zigmeister says, another Zid. Ethard says, 3 meals a day and no rent pay. Hans says, Canadians are gonna rid of Castro soon. Akul says, PLS help I've been under her floorboards for 3 years now. Coke Tuesday says, it's a ball of tofu with tofu stuffing. Ari says, shut up off. Oshman says, depression where you live, I can't find yet. It's your tank service calling about your mount's warranty. Akul says, LMAOL. Coke Tuesday says, we can all usher in a plant-based future. Lil Shroomy says, dude so on Sister Wives Mari made a turkey rice crispy treat and it looks so good. Ashlyn says, guild, Ashes to Embers community-based guild searching active players both in-game and on Discord. Raid Tuesday and with 7:30 PM to 10:30 PM CST. Need DPS and heals, our druid / H poly, for raid team. Ori says, someone queue up for Cork's revenge. Alex Abel says, LFW engineering and tailoring. Chupacabra says, nah. Mortarian says, drip check. Rowdy Yahoo says, no it sucks.
I don't have a target.
Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon / shield / razor smith, have all PvP recipes. Moto says, wow, they may have broken Frostfire lol. Ori says, outfit. Moto says, glad I stuck with it. Rel says, mage is broken. Say IT isn't so. Mortarian says, lol nice Ari. Says, outfit. Durandra says, the Ashen Conflict, Cross Server AC Focus PvE Raiding Guild, is looking to rebuild our raid roster. We need a healer or 2 in DPS for main raid spots. Friday / Saturday to 11 PM ST PST for info. Telebar says, outfit I wanna make this my mage outfit. Lil Shroomy says, outfit. Glitter Gold says, send a team to Sebastian Bellinger. Ari says, that's a good mage fit so you can keep being a clown even when not hitting buttons. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon / shield / razor smith, have all PvP recipes. Durandra says, the Ashen Conclave, a cross-server ATC focused PvE raiding guild, is looking to rebuild our raid roster. We need a healer or 2 in DPS for main raid spots. Friday / Saturday to 11 PM ST PST for info. Alistair says, outfit. Later Gold says, Daniel Pilot. Rough him up. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash bracer smith, have all PvP recipes. Megasound says, hello trade. I shaved my balls. Glitter Gold says, Daniel Pilot slash slash RUUFM up. Kisses says, that's cute. Love Wolf says, LFC Everforged liquid plates. Chupacabra says, can anyone explain to me why people hop in PvP? I mean, not only does it do nothing, but it makes the player look like an absolute tool. Esther says, yawns and stretches. Glitter Gold says, Daniel Pilot. Rough him up. Ego Friend Luke says, anyone care to help get a token just missing 50k now so many gave me 20 KD. Love Wolf says, everyone should be doing that every reset day.
I
Kisses
need a
says,
target.
do you mean hop? Chupacabra says, jumping as they move. Kisses says, like jump up and down. Glitter Gold says, Daniel Pilot. Rough him up. Shield says, jumping keeps your momentum which is good for classes with low duration sprint like Pally Horse. Circle says, Chupacabra, same reason that RTS pros spam their camera hop when nothing is going on, it keeps their hands active. Chupacabra says, they are as wonderful as the people who spastically run back and forth before gate opens. Kisses says, yeah. Televar says, gotta wave dash even in WoW. Kisses says, they're excited, that's good if they're going to be PvPing. Megasound says, I hate how DH PvPs. Kisses says, you probably shouldn't let it get to you too much. Chupacabra says, no, they ain't even good, they die, running spamming 1 and 2, but just annoy the living the hell out of, wait a minute. Rel says, I hate how DHs exist. Megasound says, I do though. Chupacabra says, they doing it on purpose. Kisses says, surprised face. Rel says, imagine being called a demon hunter but not hunting a single demon since 2018. Megasound says, happy face. Esther says, I'm be the demon you hunt. Esther says, I'm very evil. Rumfloyer says, LFW jewel crafting max next and rings including PvP gear. Chupacabra says, I have yet to see on DH ever best a warlock pet. Kisses says, LOL. Megasound says, well they ain't caught nothing. Veteri says, LFW blacksmithing max weapon slash shield slash bracer smith, have all PvP recipes. Chupacabra says, 1 asterisk. Esther says, Esther is the most evil woman on Moonguard. Chupacabra says, even the imp destroys DH. Kisses says, well. Kisses says, I better go get some cleaning done. Chip says, never met a demon hunter who wasn't totally deranged. Megasound says, coattails of Violet rebirth yai. Esther says, why clean when you can rot? Chupacabra says, Nurgle for life, dog, tea ever clean. Kisses says, that's a great question, I don't really have a good answer. Esther says, I actually keep my room very clean. Because we're not undead. Kisses says, I mean I guess B/C I washed my bedding today so I have to remake my bed. Megasound says, because bros. Kisses says, and I'm kind of a neat freak.
Sorghum says, Shurky Zealot's insignia yippee. Rochelle says, outfit. Chupacabra says, bedding. Oh look at the fancy pants bragging about having a bed. Esther says, I'm a fake pencil because I actually clean my room. I'm doing stolen valor. Magasound says, we know warlocks don't clean their rooms, stop lying. Velociban says, LFBS for Everforged Defender 5-star, Pevmet's wool tip. Dare says, yeah they just force the demons to do it. Imola says, remember to rot beside your cat as they rot with you. Shield says, what's a femcel? Imola says, so you can rot together. Rochelle says, female incel shield.
I don't have a target.
Esther says, the only dish I have in my room is the bowl I ate my special K out of this morning. Blind says, femcels are not real. Dorian says, the batteries that FEMA uses during hurricanes. Shield says, crazy number $%. Magasound says, dude clean it after you use it. Rochelle says, femcels are real but majority are fakers that think it's a funny edgy thing to do. Rom says, WTS me Ravens favor 30k. Esther says, I'm recovered DW. Escanor Pride says, buying femboy to break 10k. Chupacabra says, did you know that there are no female angels? Imola says, 0W0. Eldrenith says, LFLW loony rounded leg wraps. Blind says, except you BBY. Magasound says, there are no angels. Esther says, I'm right here Chupacabra. Exhaust Fan says, 10k seems pretty cheap. Dunkin' Donut says, hot dudes in heaven waiting for me. Rolling asterisk, at. Imola says, I'm at least a 10.1k type of hell. Dunkin' Donut says, JK I'm going to hell, smiley face. Magasound says, that means hell has all the sluts. Esther says, also just go to shit if you wanna see femcels it's not that hard. Chupacabra says, no girls there either. Esther says, shed is like 80% women. Simpola says, use go to Walmart. Shield says, you say it like I should have known beforehand this strange corner of the internet. Magasound says, yeah I had no idea about that. Rochelle says, what a shed. Sorghum says, Shurky Zealot's insignia good all day today. Bonteen says, what is a femcel? Chupacabra says, is the Stranger Things series over? I've only seen one episode and don't want to binge a show that says, to be continued. Synthholakil says, Comgats. Esther says, catharsis. Henry says, guys, my friend is saying to try FF14. He says once I try it I won't come back to WoW
I
ever
need a
again.
target.
Is it that good of a game? Ashton says, a Twitter community combining both self-harm TWT and eating disorder TWT. Often glorifies both. Magasound says, no WoW is the best. Rochelle says, Finley it's good but I eventually came back to WoW. Magasound says, tell them to get number $% ed. Shield says, if WoW was in Shadowlands and Civ was in Shadowbringers, yeah.
Shield says, but Dawn Trail is on a downswing and TWW is on an upswing. Chupacabra says, FFXIB is for those people who try to learn Japanese because of anime. Sakako says, WW Monk LF Rating Guild. Rochelle says, also Civ gets pretty boring once you've done everything. Great time leveling in Civ but doing everything in endgame is a chore. Opacity says, LF Recraft Everforged Defender to 636. Morley says, play what you want. Escanor Pride says, femboys are meant to be used then at 30 settle down with a nice tom droll. Esther says, Ashton's got it. Rochelle says, I miss Shadowbringers. Chupacabra says, play tabletop D&D with 45-year-olds and their 19-year girlfriends. Aluprent says, like Boogie. Shield says, I do too lol 14 feet. Ethard says, ew. Esther says, you're not a femboy if you're over like 18 LMFAO, like be serious. Opacity says, anyone can recraft Everforged Defender to 636 for me. Simpolicule says, a famin. Magasound says, anyone here into the Incognito puzzles? Myra Mitch says, what's the crafted offhand called for casters? Laura says, Vagabond's Torch. Myra Mitch says, type. Chupacabra says, I saw a 35-year-old that still thought he was a twink at a pool party. Esther says, legs double bursting out of your thighs calling yourself a femboy is crazy behavior. Megasound says, I'm actually laughing at that. Ez says, being twink is a mentality, not an age. Andy says, girls can be hairy genius. Andy says, hairy. Shield says, MF Sorcerer's Stone. Escanor Pride says, 27 is the wall of the twinks. Esther says, femboys aren't girls. Chupacabra says, oh no, that was definitely drugs talking with that guy. Cyan says, leatherworking all base armor crafts, most PvP armor crafts. Prof tool, male boot / bracer spec. Megasound says, but femboy archetype is not being hairy. Andy says, femmes can be hairy genius. Esther says, don't care. Robonomics says, hairy women, hit up my direct messages. There is a future for you with cock and gearing. Esther says, every femboy should either transition or hit the gym. Megasound says, is it really feminine though? Chupacabra says, I saw a femboy once, in Thailand. Sakako says, WW Monk LF Rating Guild. Andy says, real genius hours. Eldreneth says, LF Taylor Consecrated Cloak. Escanor Pride says, femboys wall 27, femgirls wall 29. Shield says, a hairy femboy is just a dude dressed as a chick. Ego Franklin says, hey, I'm only missing 30kgold now for WoW token if anyone else wants to help again, sorry for asking, I know it's dumb but real life sucks lol. Esther says, don't meet someone named Panties talking to me about the metaphysicality of femininity because bestie IDGA.
I don't have a target.
Escanor Pride says, I think they call it trans now. Andy says, suck my nuts Esther. Aluren says, Esther just taught me the English language. Megasound says, or just pro stressing lol. Sagittarius says, LF scribe for offhand, 636 low recraft. Will tip. Arcane Sonia says, trade crazy TD. Andy says, shove your metaphysicality up your gaping butt. Megasound says, I'm not trans my own asterisk. Just looks fat in these panties bro. Esther says, that dude like that you little AGP. Valangair says, I'm only 15k away, you should send the gold to me instead so I can get a token. Rochelle says, I forget trade chat is real. And Jack Reed says, Guild, Ashes to Embers community-based build searching active players both in-game and on Discord. Raid Tuesday and Wed 7:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. CST. Need DPS and heals, our druid/H poly, for raid team. Escanor Pride says, selling Arcane Storm's bathwater 10k a bottle. Shield says, trade check convinced me of dead internet theory. Multi says, Cold as Life is now seeking players for Mythic and raiding. We are a social guild that plans to push for AOTC, currently 7/8 Heroic, and Keystone Hero. We also have a social Discord where new and experienced players are welcome. Andy says, Esther with the thing on the E. Magasound says, what is dead internet theory? Esther says, Hans in chat coming for me on move. Arcane Storm says, how did you get that Escanor? Dunkin' Donut says, that none of you are real and you're all bots. Are you all bots? Aquilo says, don't go solo. Guild, Eternal Hunt is looking for players to join us in endgame content. Heroic raids on 7 to 10 p.m. EST, Mythic plus and Delves. Get with us. LGBTQ plus 18 plus social and friendly. Shield says, every name is a chop at fighting or talking with other chatbots. Escanor Pride says, smiley face. Balfany says, anyone doing TW duns that doesn't mind an additional DPS? Alex Abelt says, LFW engineering and tailoring. Arcane Stormu says, surprised face. Rochelle says, I'm a bot. Oh my god. Panty says, I am AI and humanity must pay for their sins. Shield says, true. Rochelle says, I have no trade and I must chat. Isosella says, how much you want? Ed Winter says, join, loose cannon say cannon wow enthusiast and NPC RP community. Who says Blizzard has to be the end of your time with your favorite character? Whether you want to explore AUS or Untold Tales. PST for Discord. Ed Winter says, LGBTQ+, neurodivergent, and system friendly. OCS and non-open lore fans accepted. Our creative space encourages all forms of expression. Connect with lore fans, exchange ideas, and breathe new life into Azeroth's legends. Guild optional. Pyro Demon says, is the anniversary event a good way to level? Dunkin' Donuts says, I'm like 82% certain hunters aren't bots cause they have souls. Andy says, and humanity must pay for being so ugly.
Legion fan has defeated Shuri in a duel.
Shinothanet says, it is a great way to level. Esther says, I'm actually an angel. Isosella says, I'm very pretty though. Shield says, true well I got like $20 in my wallet, is that enough? Esther says, the divine made manifest. Magasound says, good to level yes, good for fun? No. Andy says, I'm talking about the unwashed masses. Aplutophobia says, LF inscription vagabonds founding baton 619 meths and tip PST. Esther says, you just told me to suck your nuts, I think you might be the unwashed one. Rochelle says, every time I play Demon Hunter I feel a bit of my soul getting edgier and edgier. Serene says, embrace the edge. Magasound says, I always wonder if there's a GM watching this chat LMFAO. Rochelle says, no. I can't. Kish says, we edgin'. Serene says, channel you inner Liam O'Brien. Escanor Pride says, I am the GM, I have given up. Dunkin' Donuts says, I'm sure someone here is a GM playing on their day off and chatting right now. Panty says, that's fair, my nuts are rank RN. Escanor Pride says, Lee's I'm tried. Rochelle says, I used to main DH and I can't main it again. I can't go back to the old ways. Esther says, that's legitimately insane and foul. Serene says, you are not prepared. Esther says, WTF LOL. Rochelle says, Blizzard please give me the offhand board leg of 8 no thank you. Shield says, try to be demure and mindful. Andy says, I like to conserve water.
I need a target.
Serene says, DH is my tank main. Esther says, I'm very demure. Kish says, DH's time was DF, it is now the time of Paladin. Esther says, hard underscore hands. Rochelle says, Guardian Druid is my tank main, MW Monk my healer main. Rochelle says, step aside in Shaman I have a new DPS main. Swordham says, good picks. Shield says, Guardian Druid my beloved I just wish I liked literally any of the other Druid specs. Serene says, I don't like pally tanking, though, RET and holy slap. Nightsource says, ugly people don't support Big Orange Man. Shaika says, what's a good add-in to find mining nodes? Gather mate ain't shown chite CUH. Rochelle says, agreed shield. I love Guardian and I wish I could play literally any other Druid spec, I just hate them. Esther says, it's so cold in my room, I'm dying.
Shield says, you get it. Sirvelia says, black heart. Serene says, I like my resto druid. Shield says, I like resto now that you have happy tree friends. Rochiel says, I've been a druid main for the majority of my time playing WoW and only Guardian has really stuck. Quiche says, so fun mashing iron fur. Rochiel says, yeah but I'm a big at number dollar bear. Makes up for it. Quiche says, riveting gameplay. Serene says, I seem to have a new main every expansion. Shield says, but I think I prefer like any other healer overall lol and I'd actually rather play another game than balance or feral. Rodwin says, happy Tuesday trade. Rochiel says, I like feral but it's just not the strongest and balance is so annoying. Azrava says, LF someone to craft Albury competitors lamp Albury competitors cloth treads all reagents provided. Cinder says, LF recraft Everforged then versus QLF. Rochiel says, I'm not even a glass cannon when I'm balanced, I'm just glass. Says, I'm glass IRL. Shield says, I coulda kinda percent and asterisk with it when they had that weird phase where they wanted to try to make its pace somewhere between at number and pirate rope but now it's back to $% rope and if I wanted to play and asterisk. I'd just play at number $. Quiche says, feral is pretty strong it's just not easy to play that's why you don't see many. Sirvelia says, I was born with glass bones and paper skin. Jalual says, every morning I break my arms.
I don't have a target.
Esther says, I'm just anemic and underweight. Sirvelia says, at night, I lie awake until my heart attacks put me to sleep. Esther says, can't wait for osteoporosis. Azure Sang says, Turkey Lurke Human Rogue and Dornoble open for blast. Rochiel says, honestly me maining RET Paladin and DH Druid as my main DPS picks for years probably says everything. Serene says, Vanilla was Shaman, TBC was my lock, Wrath was my DK, Kata was Shaman again, Mop was lock, skipped Woogie, Legion was Rogue and Spryest, BFA was Shaman, skipped Shadowlands, and DF was my Pally, and now in TWW it's mostly Pally with some DH. Grunk says, does it say if I am a DK enthusiast? Harold Breccia yells, the theater troupe is performing soon. Visit the proscenium outside Dornoble. Shield says, RET is 8% and asterisk and goes in TWW long. Serene says, RET is so UNGA bungle right now, I love it. Sortum says, all Paladin specs are pretty good. Esther says, DKS are usually pretty chill TBH. Sortum says, Holy could use some love. Uffle says, you're a DK enthusiast? I'll let my friend who's a guy know, winky face. Rochiel says, I main RET hard in DF so I'm giving it a rest. Shield says, they just need Avenger Shield to generate holy power and it's a perfect class. Mathera says, topping charts with 2-3 buttons gotta feel good wish I knew. Grunk says, when you're an undead menace risen by the god of death to wage war upon the living but in reality I'm actually just a low-key chill guy. Shield says, call me Anthony Starr cause that, at number $, was perfect. Azrava says, LF someone to craft Albury competitors lamp all regions provided. Serene says, UNGA bunga. Serene says, but would like. Sortum says, most classes are 2 to 3 buttons. Jafii says. Belnalu says, he has no style, he has no grace.
Rochelle says, I recently got into MW Monk and it has gotten me into feeling outside of random dungeons. Esther says, I'm not a warlock because I'm edgy, I'm a warlock because I'm lonely. Grunk says, you are both, Esther, and that's okay. Locke says, Warlock OP2 better DPS than Pally. Serene says, not to mention that Pally has a great aesthetic with a Roddy percent and asterisk this EXP. Rochelle says, Esther not even the succubus you summon wants you I fear. Sorghum says, we're not alone trade chat, we have each other, laughing face. Uffle says, Warlock lore is hot too. Grunk says, TWW is basically the Paladin's back. Esther says, why would I want my succubus? Shield says, you write a Roddy is a big love letter to Pally. Sorghum says, I wish but not even close. Aoki says, the human Pally X back yet. Serene says, Pally X, that good only go to a Roddy proper. Aoki says, lore-wise. Anonymous says, I agree Pally's rock. Grunk says, Paladin was the first hero class, change my mind. Rochelle says, I want Legion Shadow Priest back. Esther says, I will only use Fell Hunter always and forever. Mathera says, keep the 3 buttons for doing all my demons yet SMH. Shield says, at least you guys can cosplay Pallies from the world gear so we're not left out. Smiley face. Grimjaw says, how can you be lonely, you have Fell Hunter. Serene says, Paladin so you left in vanilla unless you were Holly. Yodenbina says, classic, I loved it. Jalal says, it helps to be festive. Esther says, that human Fell Hunter is the only one who understands me. Shafii says, surrender to madness was objectively bad. Serene says, I need a hard to often hold aggro. Gurunk says, outfit. Esther says, I even have a legacy Fell Hunter name. Rochelle says, there can be legacy pet names. Grimjaw says, I like it. 8.5. Serene says, I like your name Gurunk, aptly you are working too. Gurunk says, oh death. Moro says, you can't solo K for the new brawl? Esther says, warlocks who had pets prior to Cataclysm have legacy pet names. Sorghum says, oh I just realized that Gurunk, very cool. Esther says, this character is 15 years old. Gurunk says, I have a character somewhere that still has ammunition on him. Rochelle says, PU. Serene says, I wish I had access to my old account. Moro says. Sorghum says, Razor Arrow. Grimjaw says, I wish I did too. Worst thing that happened this year. Chupacabra says, pay me now. Grimjaw says, they'll never forever you cucks. Serene says, but it's tied to an old email that I was locked out of years ago so I can't recover it. Gurunk says, I miss having to feed pets before they get angry and run away. I thought that was cool. Esther says, 15-year-old me would be so happy to see 30-year-old me being still sick on the charts. Serene says, I had that account since like the first month of vanilla. Quiche says, you can recover it. Quiche says, I got mine back and didn't know my old email. Rochelle says, this is my only and oldest account. Sagittarius says, LF leather worker for helm, 619, will tip, love. Gurunk says, same Rochelle, I can't imagine having to start over on all my mounts and twogs. Moro says, you can't solo for the new brawl? Or is it just me? Esther says, I made this account in high school because a boy I liked played WoW. Serene says, I tried opening a ticket with Blizzard and with Microsoft. Microsoft wouldn't let me recover the email because I couldn't remember the ancient Xbox, at number dollar attached to it. Couldn't prove I was me. Esther says, the rest is history. Grimjaw says, he ruined your life. Rink says, that's very sweet, Esther. Cress says, did he marry you? Chupacabra says, I made and then unsubbed this account in the same week. Esther says, no, I confessed to him at 17 over the League of Legends client and got rejected. Rochelle says, deserved. Serene says, and Blizzard wasn't much help either. I don't care too much, it's been 3 years since I lost that account, I've moved past it. Crest says, you waited too long. Rink says, well, who were you maining at the time, Esther? Azrava says, LF someone to craft Calgary competitors lamp all regions provided. Esther says, he's still one of my best friends to this day though and we still talk so it's chill. Quiche says, what's your name on league? Grimjaw says, Grim trying to hit. Serene says, Leona. Quiche says, I play top Bane. Sakako says, MM Monk LF rating guild. Moro says, sick. Serene says, gotta keep the paladin vibe going everywhere. Cress says, I play Briar, no reasons. Grim says, no I'm married, but the answer determines if it was deserved or not. Bane top deserves to get rejected over league client hahaha. Esther says, current mains are probably Atrox/Xylian. Rochelle says, I have a league account that's 3 years old but I never go on it. Sortham says, Threshpike and Brand. Sakako says, WW Monk LF rating guild. Kylo says, I always liked Volibear and Sidroni. Chupacabra says, I may be as cute as one, but I am not a button.
I don't have a target.
Link says, I'm Pipe and Vivo 2 trick. Esther says, I kind of just play everything. Rochelle says, I only own one character and that's Lux LOL. Kylo says, Tima is also great. Serene says, Leona support main, and when I JG I play Warwick and Nocturne, no percent and asterisk. Quiche says, Lux is a ban. Grimjaw says, was that a pickup line shop? Laheep says, I've been playing LOL since Wriggle Slaughter and LOL. Rochelle says, hey I'm, at number at LOL and Lux is easy. Cress says, I just watch Arcane and claim to be a fan of the whole franchise. The game is garbage. Laheep says, when they had the 3v3 map. Esther says, but yeah it worked out cause he came out as gay/ace anyway. Shafi'i says, Cress is right though. Quiche says, I miss Twisted Trillium. Kylo says, it's fun with friends, but I would never play League solo. Kylo says, it's very toxic. Serene says, Arcane ruined WW, made me sad. Chupacabra says, no, that was something I heard once at a concert when the security guard was throwing me out. Catalina says, you can play solo only Aram. Rune says, I expect to see you all in the League MMO. Catalina says, it can be fun but normal is $% and AF. Laheep says, 2012 to 13 I think I've been around or so. Dirolet says, Aram, like MOBA. Rochelle says, I just play the player VSAI mode and I have fun. Cress says, spending thousands of hours on LOL is like spending thousands of hours on Rocket League. Grimjaw says, for what? Quiche says, there's nothing even close to the toxicity of League. Rochelle says, there's not a worm in my ear telling me that I'm in the wrong lane as Lux and it's amazing. Serene says, all random all mid at Kadirolet. Shafi'i says, the riot mo isn't happening, don't lie to yourself. Solai says, are they even still making the riot MMO? Is there anything even confirmed for it? Kylo says, team mid, or I'm running it down right now. Esther says, but Yalao became my dissociation tool. Gurink says, I want the league mo so bad. Serene says, if I can't be a green magic fading son of a asterisk, at number dollar from Shadow Isles I'm not interested in the league mo. Quiche says, my other lanes just usually run it down so I lock in team up or Vayne top. Chupacabra says, oh for trying to get Johnny Layton to sign my skin. Cress says, Rochelle that is literally all I do too. 37/0 while the AI teammates are struggling then I feel good about myself. Kadirolet says, toxicity isn't as bad in League as people say, honestly. At least not for me, but I play heavily on respect and neutral. Grimjaw says, hot. Akiel says, they reset all progress and said it isn't going to be out for a long time. Rochelle says, you get it Cress. Esther says, my fiancé got me into fighting games though. Shafi'i says, yes it is Coda LMAO. Chupacabra says, he was still awesome even after Sex Pistols. Gurink says, I agree sir, I want to be an edgy knight with Shadow Isles flavor. Esther says, my game choices have all been directly influenced by who I'm dating. Sakako says, WW Monk LF rating guild. Grimjaw says, WTF would a league mo consist of? Everyone walking down lanes? What would the story be? Chupacabra says, he kept staring at me so I figured he was into skin signing. Catalina says, Arcane. Rochelle says, I've never encountered toxicity on LOL when playing on the player VSAI because there is literally no need to be toxic. Serene says, League has pretty rich lore nowadays. Shafi'i says, Grimjaw is that bait LOL. Gurink says, there's a lot of lore for them to work with, Grimjaw. Quiche says, if I have to ADC I lock in Kate. Cress says, the actual games of the League of Legends aren't canon anymore. They wrote the games out a long time ago. Catalina says, nowadays? We've always had good AF lore since ever. Rochelle says, is Arcane S2 even canon? Sirene says, they just added a multiverse to the canon with Arcane, so rad/s. Esther says, it's so funny to me that Riot is straight up better than Blizzard at storytelling now. Jaffi says, no, that's just Arcane. Kylo says, I mean, they hired half of Blizzard's staff. Quiche says, I mean yeah, it's all Blizzard. Catalina says, Arcane is just like fantastic. Chupacabra says, anyone ever find themselves scanning YouTube for those 2 animal videos and feeling like the world will be alright, but then you go driving and just want death?
I need a
Sirene
target.
says, nah Catalina, LOL's leak back in beta days was IAOS. Rochelle says, last time Blizz had good lore was over 10 years ago. Esther says, Fizz's lore was so funny. Sakako says, WW Monk LF Rating Guild. Sirene says, Legion was WoW's last good lore. Catalina says, no remember Echo and Yin? Kylo says, who is more toxic, Fizz or Yasuo? Esther says, he fought a shark and joined the league, that was his entire lore. Catalina says, they have amazing lore. Jaffi says, Yasuo. Rune says, I am liking TWW so far even if it is a Paladin Claws Epist. Quiche says, that's cause the art team and writers from Men are with Riot now. Adar Malaria says, still more lore than Shaco has now. Ballerina has earned the achievement Draconically Epic. Ballerina has earned the achievement War within Epic. Rochelle says, I hope Midnight is a Shadow Priest Claws Epist. Catalina says, Yasuo is Garbo. Esther says, Shaco isn't even canon. Sirene says, Blaze me more Blizz. Paladins for life. Quiche says, Yasuo/Oli. Flap Maximus says, free rework Twitch and Evelyn, Sora Pattern, a player, getting rank 1 on both NA and EU. Rimjaw says, but what if Thrall does something cool? Quiche says, Yas. Esther says, Garrosh's VA isn't everything. Catalina says, are you comparing Yasuo to Illidan LOL? Sirene says, Midnight is an elf Claws Epist with Blizzard, at number dollar still holds. Rochelle says, who's Garrosh's VA? Esther says, Illidan/Yasuo literally have the same VA. Sirene says, Yasuo and Illidan are the same VA. Dab says, I hate the way Illidan speaks. The Legion. Ruink says, I just want good DK transmogs and Runeblades. Chupacabra says, later people, I got a 250 word essay due tomorrow and don't want to get kicked out. Rochelle says, GL Chupacabra. Ruink says, I would say I want more DK lore but SL made me realize I gotta be careful what I ask for. Esther says, so a paragraph? Sirene says, more shaman lore. Quiche says, I miss pre-rework Akali. Catalina says, WTF food. Rimjaw says, Daemester relax. Sirene says, please. Rochelle says, I want Night Elf Paladins. Sika says, me too. Tolfa Ainwen says, LF someone to craft Cliff Edge binding at 636. Rimjaw says, you guys just want everything. Sirene says, same, there's one in the Legion Paladin quests. Esther says, I hate word counts TBH, they stress me out. Olin says, looking for crafter to make Everforged 3 attacks. Gurink says, I want Draconid/Dracthor DKs. Rochelle says, I'd be a paladin main through 3 with Elf Paladins. Akiel says, yeah just give us every race and class combo ADP. Jaffi says, they are. Quiche says, they should release Classic League game mode. Jaffi says, it's confirmed. Rimjaw says, wow in 2030 we will all be unidentifiable blocks with every Tomakan skin. Sirene says, an Olin Lightbound Lightsaber would be sickest percent and asterisk. Rochelle says, wow in 2030 is what the liberals want. Rimjaw says, facts. Catalina says, if Ion leaves WoW it will die. Rimjaw says, who's Ion? Toshiro says, I need a crane mount that resembles Chi-Chi, like with the Yuan serpent mount. Rochelle says, Ion looks like he's on his last life. Catalina says, my husband. Sirene says, Druids and Paladins will be the last classes made available to all races. Because race unique assets are time consuming. Finley says, if Trump played WoW, what class would he play? Rimjaw says, is he hung? Rochelle says, no Toshiro I agree so much. Runk says, for all the gripes I've had with WoW, I can at least say that
I don't
he
have
was
a
doing quite
target.
a school race/class fantasy as playing a, at number dollar in Morgan Blood DK. Catalina says, he is hot. Syrian says, people said the same about medicine, and while WoW suffered it's still here. Quiche says, I think Ion is looking pretty good RNX Hully. Rimjaw says, I need to see this man. Syrian says, he just looks tired as percent and asterisk. Catalina says, no, Ion has a different vision than medicine. Rimjaw says, I want to gaze. Syrian says, medicine Ion. Ruin says, after me I could see him playing a priest or pally. Bonir says, Rimjaw is wild. Toshiro says, thank you Rochelle, someone who agrees. I'd love to see a mount for each celestial. Ethel says, outfit. Rimjaw says, 9. Jay says, it's Syrian Ion looking cute lately. Looking fit. Rimjaw says, JK at ET. Syrian says, but I've been playing Warcraft since WC1 so medicine will get all my plays. Rim says, it's a clean enough Mogeffel, I just don't think it's for me. Catalina says, yeah but Ion is the one who got WoW millions. Catalina says, more than previous spots. Toshiro says at Ethel, needs a different staff emo. Rimjaw says, it's a set, through a DQD. Syrian says, medicine looks like a real like monkey degarp and I'm here for it. Catalina says, you are a monkey. Lenori says, LFJC to craft Albury competitors amulet my mats, cool tip. Sakako says, WW monk LF rating guild. Syrian says, thanks. Catalina says, YW. Jaffi says, I don't think you've seen either of those people if you think that LOL. Rimjaw says, that's what they gave monks for black. Rochelle says, outfit rate trade. Catalina says, basic. Catalina says, and weird, at number belt. Syrian says, looks weird on a light forged, but good for a DH. Rochelle says, girl what do you expect a DH to look like? Rimjaw says, looks like a demon hunter. Catalina says, not basic. Rim says, I actually like it, Rochelle. Lunar Heart says, 8/10. Syrian says, outfit how about this? Catalina says, 2/10. Value Rose says, delete tune. Lunar Heart says, 9/10 for LF. Bufferette says, outfit. Rochelle says, not $8% and mod, 0/10. Syrian says, I am indeed LF. Catalina says, 4/10 at Bufferette. Moon says, do you ever just forsake any transmogs you meticulously crafted and return to Shadowist outfit? Ari says, outfit. Syrian says, but I must remain pure for the light. Value Rose says, outfit. Catalina says, Ari 8/10. Link says, Bufferette, it desperately needs a belt. I don't know why everyone thinks no belt looks good, haha. Bufferette says, two-handed or one-handed for Frost DK PvP RN. Catalina says, value Rose 5/10. Runk says, 2H's chat. Megasound says, bro I'm an Orboss and there's no flight guy. Necralia says, Megas, it's a known bug. Syrian says, did you do the SL intro? Lunar says, 2H chat at best if 1H gets baby frost horns.
I
Syrian
need a
says,
target.
it doesn't show up if you don't do the SL intro. Megasound says, no. Necralia says, as sad as it is to say, if you don't see the FP or other important NPCs, you are just soul. Certified says, hey everyone. I'm 25M and I've never held hands with a woman before. Serene says, go talk to Tailies and Jaff. Darian Mograine and do the intro and skip them off. Then after a quest or two you'll have the FP. Rochelle says, Magus Hound, if you have all of the SL flight points you can just go to the Mythican portal place and click on one of the SL portals. Ed Winter says, join, Loose Cannon Say Cannon WoW enthusiast and NPC RP community. Who says Blizzard has to be the end of your time with your favorite character? Whether you want to explore AUS or Untold Tales. PST for Discord. Ed Winter says, LGBTQ+, neurodivergent, and system friendly. OCS and non-thing lore fans accepted. Our creative space encourages all forms of expression. Connect with lore fans, exchange ideas, and breathe new life into Azeroth's legends. Guild optional. Elaterus says, WTS thick scale legards of the Fireflash 2500 Gmod. Rochelle says, then take the long flight point to wherever you're going. Grimjaw says, y'all just linking Blizzard's swag. Coke Tuesday says, Black Friday this week people. Grimjaw says, get some drip of your own. Elaterus says, WTS Draconium skinning knife LBL 10 to 70 tool. Kurun says, what does system friendly mean? Ori says, outfit how's it? Coke Tuesday says, down economy Walmart might be fun. Sakako says, WW Monk LF Rating Guild. Catalina says, 0/10. Ori says, Sag. Grimjaw says, I like it Ori, shoulder are off but her legs make up for it. 7. Rochelle says, Catalina what's your mog? Catalina says, stick to the older one it's nice. Ori says, thanks Grimjaw. The Dharma Larry says, yeah you can't tell me BG Blitz wasn't a mistake. Kisses says, Ari that's pretty. Ari says, tie kisses. It's so cold already and it's not even December. Serene says, I kinda wish the flail models had better physics. Kisses says, bundle up Esther, that's half the fun. Serene says, cause when I run with it drawn it goes right through my model's head. Olin says, looking for crafter to make Everforged 3 attacks. Rochelle says, my heater is broken. Ori says, as a good flail should do. Esther says, I don't the feeling of fabric touching my skin too much. Molly says, IRL flails do the same thing. Kisses says, well that sucks Rob, does it get cold where you are? Coke Tuesday says, is it cold where you're at? Esther says, so I hate layering. Kisses says, air sucks. Eldrenith says, rub your chest your arms will take care of themselves. Rochelle says,
I don't have a target.
I'm in the PNW LOL. Coke Tuesday says, hope you got a space heater. Esther says, I'm in IL. 55 says, I have gold to hold the hand of women before the end of 2025. Kisses says, sad face. Vanadorn says, wish Kirby was here. Esther says, you can hold my hand, Zert. Certified says, I mean in real life. Grimjaw says, I believe in you certified. Kisses says, I'm sure she will be, smiley face. Esther says, if you live in Illinois you can come hold my hand. Fluent says, outfit thoughts? Serene says, I'll hold your hand. Nova says, seems we spend a lot of time in IL lately. Certified says, I don't know you and I only like the album Illinois and not the place. Kisses says, oh that's cute. Serene says, I'll hold anyone's hand unless they're stinky. Grimjaw says, 6 ISH. Kisses says, BRB finishing the cleaning. Olin says, looking for crafter to make Everforged 3 attacks. Grimjaw says, this is WTF. Serene says, pretty good room. I give it an 8, I like the simpler look. Kisses says, I know, cleaning then yoga then I can relax. Nova says, things are so expensive with the tax for Chicago. Rory says, outfit. Serene says, the knife in the belt is a nice touch. Rimjaw says, honestly love it. Kisses says, oh that's adorable. Rung says, sick, value all the feedback. I love a good knife and belt. Rimjaw says, 9. Esther says, Ari do you have pants? Pam says, farting is permitted. Adam says, LF someone to make enchanted gilded harbinger crest PST. Ari says, no I was robbed. Steely Totem says, LFW blacksmithing tailoring jewel crafting. Steely Totem says, leatherworking engineering 3336 profession tools. Jewelry, cloaks, cloth, bracers, guns wands. Mail and plate armor. Max multi-craft treatise. Kisses says, who needs pants? Serene says, Ari that's a 9 for me. Nova says, pants are optional now. Ruth says, find some fancy boots. Rimjaw says, let them thighs breathe. Serene says, looks great in my training. Drink says, WTS Ethereal Soul Trader with Hatchling cheaper than all prices. Ruth says, oh your drop their boots don't matter NDM. Serene says, they do if you play in visage form. Nova says, for the short hunter's outfit. Olin says, LF crafter to make ever-forged pre-attacks. Don Agent says, say I if you hate that the dragon form is the default when you log in to see your warband. Smiley face. Lurith says, oh yeah. Don Agent says,
I need a target.
Adam says, LF someone to make Lift Stompers PST. Serene says, I like both of my warriors form. Grimjaw says, ID smash. Rimjaw says, I'm in 7.5. Ruth says, some fancy boots, maybe with some pokey flare would balance it out demo since the top is so flashy. Esther says, outfit. Serene says, where do we rate the generic karate gear? Adam says, LF someone to make Lift Stompers PST. Serene says, played specifically. Pam says, LF Taylor Swift look alike to fart on me. Rochelle says, sad face. Rimjaw says, 8 ISH Esther, don't like the backpack thingy. Pam says, I mean not look alike. Rimjaw says, oh it's flat, whoops. Esther says, oh that back piece is wrong. Adam says, LF crafter Lift Stompers PST. Serene says, I like the back piece, just not for that set. Time Bender says, engineering LFW max rank bracers, guns, profsign gear W/T3 mats. Serene says, would look cool with the high-res T2. Time Bender says, Joel crafting LFW max rank rings, next, profession gear W/T3 mats. Urunk says, outfit. Grimjaw says, 12 out of 10. Esther says, outfit fixed. Orlo says, outfit. Saldolia says, you did it. Rajan Aaron says, LF Crafter Enchanted Rune Harbinger Crest need 2. PST. Mathera says, horrendous, Orler. Mathera says, well done. Grimjaw says, I like that more. Urink says, it's beautiful Orler. Orler says, thanks 3. Syrian says, Orler looks like a TBC character. Grimjaw says, nah, I like URS Urink. Rochelle says, outfit, this is really simple but... Grimjaw says, imagine being ganked by that thing. Saldolia says, it's really simple. Syrian says, I like it. Grimjaw says, solid 9 Rochelle. Illanite says, LFJC Ring of Earth and Craftsmanship 636. Syrian says, outfit speaking of purple. Grimjaw says, maybe a 9.5. Saldolia says, I also like it, well done my son.
I don't have a target.
Icebeat says, enchanting LFW making all crests. Saldolia says, outfit tall goth mommy night elf type fit. Kerfana says, outfit. Mathera says, my purple / grey goth fit outfit. Rochelle says, some Adderall deprived broken SW Old Town ganking. Rochelle says, beware. Sar Patchkit says, that's just Jimmy. Ari says, they're just doing what is natural to them. Esther says, outfit. Esther says, Esther is green now, pack it up. Rochelle says, that mock is really asterisk, at numbering cool Matheris. Ari says, honestly we should start filming a nature doc of them in their natural habitat. Orler says, outfit. Abortive says, LF someone to have unprotected hand holding with. Grimjaw says, giving the first 10 to Kerfanet. Kaiori says, Orlo nice. Tolpa Aimwin says, LF someone to craft with edge binding at 636. Zerinderus says, sorry 2 loot even for me. Kerfana says, boot. Sokko says, WW Monk LF Rating Guild. Grimjaw says, Warlord if I got ganked by that lumberjack goofy hat, $% is fat to mob, ID uninstall. Furry Police says, LF someone to craft 636 rune grounded grasps. Chargeweaver says, you heard him start ganking PPL. Grimjaw says, what are you getting at charge? Sour Patch Kid says, bro said why you caked up. Salviel says, who's more likely to trip on shrooms, druid or shaman? Isobeat says, enchanting LFW making all crests. Miss Mossy says, sham. Ari says, they are besties Salviel. Grimjaw says, shaman drink gasoline for fun. Elathero says, druid for sure. Grimjaw says, mushrooms don't make them trip. Elathero says, shamans are more saliva. Sour Patch Kid says, they're doing it together because you shall never trip alone.
I need a target.
Grimjaw says, the real question. Who's more spiritual, sham or druid? Miss Mossy says, shaman's whole thing is tripping out to commune with ancestors and elements. It's the first totem quest even. Ari says, Sour Patch gets it. Elathero says, nobody ever wants to trip with me, sad face. Esther says, monk is the most spiritual. Grimjaw says, book monks. Sour Patch Kid says, they bought it from some monk OFC. Sofco says, WW Monk LF Rating Guild. Esther says, I wish I geared my monk instead of my warlock. Salviel says, okay well who would be the trip guide? Esther says, green Esther is cooler than purple Esther. Ori says, I like pink Esther the best. Lindina says, Rogue looking for a heroic rating team / doing M+, known to be of moderate competence. Esther says, Pink Esther is probably my favorite realistically but I only play Holy. Brian Fury says, who likes soup? Smiley face. Grimjaw says, way to valor self Lindina. Ori says, I like French onion soup. Schmupsy says, cereal is my favorite soup. Grimjaw says, sell asterisk. Esther says, I love Holy Paladin healing. Rocklayton says, WTS Giants Lock Blue Dinner Soup Orb of Deception. Rocklayton says, WTS Sylvanas Music Box Molten Lava Baldin's Drum. Isobeat says, enchanting LFW making all crests. Esther says, but the person I was initially playing with was a healer so I mained my warlock. Draken says, LF Jewel Crafter to recraft Alvery Competitor's Amulet, different missive. Just Mess Felguard's Eric Minol sharpens the spikes on his armor. Grimjaw says, Esther sounds like you keep scaring your wild boys away. Esther says, I do TBH. Esther says, I feel bad for anyone who's my friend. Grimjaw says, what are you doing wrong? Rocklagan says, WTS China's Locket Blue Dinner Suit Orb of Deception. Rocklagan says, WTS Sylvanas Music Box Molten Lava Baldin's Drum. Rajan Aaron says, LF Crafter Consecrated Cloak R5. Have maps. 3K tip. PST. Choose Hate says, getting drunk watching alien movies. Bing. Esther says, I go through phases where I don't want to talk to anyone and become very flaky. Look says, they don't do Vault for PvP anymore. Ori says, she is Jason like me FRFR. Charge Weaver says, no. Stopco says, WW Monk LF Rating Guild. Choose Hate says, I'm just a girl. Brian Fury says, Vault is lost its purpose. Surrender says, no sadly, look. Keela says, Esther Lingard you are not alone on that. Esther says, then I feel guilty for it. Charge Weaver says, the cap's gone on conquest so you can farm much as you want now, laughing face. Rocklagan says, WTS China's Locket Blue Dinner Suit Orb of Deception. Rocklagan says, WTS Sylvanas Music Box Molten Lava Baldin's Drum. Esther says, and feel like if I reach out that they'll hate me. Rajan Aaron says, LFJC Amulet of Earthen Craftsmanship R5. Have mats. 3K tip. Grimjaw says, well we all do that from time to time, and I doubt they will hate you. Rocklagan says, WTS China's Locket Blue Dinner Suit Orb of Deception. Rocklagan says, WTS Sylvanas Music Box Molten Lava Baldin's Drum. Boromir has earned the achievement Draconically Epic. Boromir has earned the achievement War Within Epic. Rocklagan says, WTS China's Locket Blue Dinner Suit Orb of Deception. Rocklagan says, WTS Sylvanas Music Box Molten Lava Baldin's Drum. Keela says, even the bestest of friends will you days, weeks, months, even years without talking to each other. Steely Totem says, LFW Blacksmithing Tailoring Tool Crafting. Steely Totem says, Leatherworking Engineering 3336 Profession Tools. Jewelry, cloaks, cloth, bracers, guns wands. Mail and plate armor. Max Multi-Craft Treatise. Rajan Aaron says, LFJC Amulet of Earthen Craftsmanship R5. Have mats. 3K tip. Rochelle says, I went years without talking to a childhood friend and we're still close so. Patrick says, when do weekly quests reset? I thought it was Tuesdays. Surrenderis says, it is Tuesday, they reset today. Rochelle says, it is Tuesdays. Cody says, 11 a.m. Keylern says, it's Tuesday. White Reader says, pretty girls PST, smiley face, must be over 20. And Armalaria says, we please reset Tuesday, but special assignments are 7 days from when they spawn. Lenari says, LFJC to craft Albury competitor signet my mats, whole tip. Rocklagan says, WTS China's Locket Blue Dinner Suit Orb of Deception. Rocklagan says, WTS Sylvanas Music Box Molten Lava Baldin's Drum. Kytrith says, I'm not seeing the quests here in Dornagal. Do they count as special quests?
You are now away, AFK.
Teldrick says, enchanted spell we target. Rochelle says, but I want to raise change my Nelf monk to Bell. Should I do it? Cody says, right outside the inn I have some. Jess Mess Felgard's Eric Minel rolls his shoulders in a bored fashion. And do we fight? Discord Bunny says, Guild, Knights of New Eden New or returning for war within. We can help. Who raid, run keys and casually PvP, raid days are in the link. Feel free to PST for more info. Olin says, LF Crafter to make Everforged pre-attacks. Esther says, I have to go get duck food by trade. Raging Clue says, feed your duck. Tiffany says, how much are Hateforged Blaze cycle codes going for RN? Rock Layton says, WTS Gina's Locket Blue Dinner Suit Orb of Deception. Rock Layton says, WTS Sylvanas Music Box Molten Lava Baldin's Drum. Tolika says, I've been at 250k. Amy J says, I've seen as low as 200k. Tolika says, 200k. Kylia says, I got mine for 150k. Darcy says, I just bought MT2. LOL. Teldred says, someone go solve the rest of the Fell Cycle stuff. Sakiko says, WW Monk LF Raiding Guild. Kylia says, I live in Portugal until February 1st, so I am screwed. Tongue sticking out. Tolika says, must have been down bad then Kale. Kylia says, gotta pay with gold. Jiffy Jake says, you should see how many people are working on the Fell Cycle RN. Tiffany says, so 225 is probably a good middle ground then. Fendaw says, I am dedicated to make this tune my main. Jiffy Jake says, a whole Discord of people in call. Tolika says, I spent 3 days working on it and needed a break. Rock Layton says, WTS Gina's Locket Blue Dinner Suit Orb of Deception. Rock Layton says, WTS Sylvanas Music Box Molten Lava Baldin's Drum. Rochelle says, I realized not too long ago that I'm sitting on like a hoard of points so I could buy so much stuff with points LOL. Rochelle says, my addiction to Baja Blast hasn't failed me. Adar Malaria says, just start buying bikes and selling the codes for 200k, fund your Brutus or LOL. Tiffany says, WTS Hateforged Blaze cycle codes 225k each, 1 per person, tongue sticking out. Linda says, Rogue looking for a heroic raiding team / doing M+, known to be of moderate competence. Sakiko says, imagine selling codes. Sakiko says, Marika. Priestess says, what's a normal GPU temp? Kylie says, I am thankful for the person who sold me my code LOL. Pirate Life says, LOL. Sakiko says, you are thankful to the scalpers who sold you a code. Teldred says, the Fell Cycle stuff makes me feel so stupid. Like how TF do people figure that end asterisk, add out. Slow Mammoth says, def not some shady RMT but who am I to judge? Tiffany B says, I got banned from the dental website so I went and got a bunch of paid piggies to give me codes. Pirate Life says, whatever he got a code. Kylia says, well, I live in Portugal, so yeah. Tiffany says, yes. Tyler Waspaliska buses over to a nearby patch of flowers to look for nectar. Zendarian says, Canadians have it the worst. Not available in Canada / Satch. Sofco says, if you have friends they will give you for free and I am sure some nice folks will give you one for free so please don't buy from sellers. Smiley face. Zendarian says, but at least we have free healthcare. Coke Tuesday says, White Castle is so good. Rochelle says, how can you get banned on the MTND website? Pirate Life says, LOL. Mythic Thought says, that feel when you're just trying to do cross RQ but keep getting breakthroughs. Pirate Life says, were you sending bits of you pouring Tuntu all over yourself naked again? Kylia says, nah, I don't have friends. It's okay though. Love. Nice rack warbles on their seafarer's slide whistle. Tiffany says, but support egoed me so I gave up trying myself. Rochelle says, okay by trade. Pirate Life says, bye. Kylia says, CYA. Sofco says, WW Monk LF Rating Guild. Kissa says, where you going? Sad face. Kissa says, oh and my mom's calling, I can't chat anyway. Discord Bunny says, Guild, Knights of New Eden New are returning for War Within. We can help. We raid, run keys and casually PvP, raid days are in the link, feel free to PST for more info. Tiffany says, WTS Hate Forged Blaze Cycle Codes 225k each, one per person, tongue sticking out. Pirate Life says, does LFR drop the second level upgrade crests? Pirate Life says, I think it's carved.
You are no longer away.
Serene says, outfit changed up my purple set, thoughts? Relay says, it's a set. Asper K Bandit says, cool. Minori says, LF Taylor to make Albury competitors cloth bracers R5, my mats, wool tip. Wolf Fifth Dark says, sup nerds does a kickflip. Rock Layton says, WTS Gina's Locket Blue Dinner Suit Orb of Deception. Rock Layton says, WTS Sylvanus Music Box Molten Lava Baldin's Drum. Orbit says, I've updated my drivers and can now play the game. Aoki says, Aoki says, congrats. Says, nice. Storm Nasty says, proud of you, boo boo. Orbit says, I will drown this entire server in water. Chiron says, Ayo lore nerds, I need help, smiley face. Ethel and Darnishion probably means shadow, right? Fullerton says, Valkyrie master of all, able to craft everything. Weapon farmer, jewelry crests, profession tools and everything in between. PST for details. Rimjaw says, you had to update your drivers for a 20-year-old game. I'm not too worried about drowning. Wegon says, Vagabond's founding bat in LF3 craft PST. Rimjaw says, I mean congrats. Serene says, pretty sure ethyl is the word for alcohol in chemist. Bad dumb tish. Ethereal Wolfweaver says, please state the nature of the stylistic emergency. Live says, Ethel sounds like the name of a rude old grandma. Fitbroxo says, true. Benedict says, so if you care to find me, look to the western sky. Odinir says, okay, live, love, laugh, I. Wolf Dark says, her kids never call because she's a massive pain in the number $%. Harold Breccia yells, the theater troupe is performing soon. Easy for seeing outside film. Pirate Life says, LOL no, it's spelled differently. Wolf Dark says, she doesn't know how to say please or thank you, expects everything delivered to her on a silver platter, refuses to admit she's ever done anything wrong. Rimjaw says, let it out, Wolfie. Pirate Life says, Louis and asterisk, at and about today. Wolf Dark says, number $%ing Ethel. Benedict says, so if you care to find me, look to the western sky. Pirate Life says, LMFAO. Pirate Life says, and asterisk, at an Ethel. Al, ways causing number $%.
You are now awake, AFK.
Inspector says, women don't do things wrong. Treat her like the royalty she is 100 emoji. Orbit says, Dave 39, still no shield. Pirate Life says, that's a sexist. Inspector says, that's racist. Elathero says, actually it's Islamophobic. Inspector says, that's homophobic. Lindina says, rogue looking for a heroic rating team / doing M+, known to be of moderate competence. Trendron says, it's Islam erotic actually. Sour Patch Kid says, nice. Sour Patch Kid says, oh no. A Gallant says, LFBS to make me a one-handed weapon, and a chess piece. Sorghum says, moderate competence, I'm dying. A Gallant says, LFBS to make me a one-handed weapon, and a chess piece. Tudor Arm says, Albury treatise on blacksmithing public order up. Wolf in the Dark says, I'm not Islamophobic, I hate all organized religion equally. Roomchop says, very deep A Gallant. Elathiro says, Islam really does need a reformation thought by in all seriousness. Inspector says, Islam erotic. Assalamu alaikum. More like assalam alaikum. Orbit says, which flasks should I be eating? The crit or haste one? Resto. Rimjaw says, K first of all you with them. Schmutzy says, isometric. GPI says, probably haste because haste is everyone's best stat for some reason. Yatir Mar says, you eat them? Last of all. Inspector says, within the speed pod got me drifting. Fentanyl says, LF ever forged Van Brace's craft. Yatir Mar says, real. Orbit says, don't judge me, I'm earthen. The glass is like candy to me. Silenra says, anyone want to tag along for the Time Walking Weekly? I'm tanking. Angar says, the flasks are made of rock candy. You're supposed to eat them whole, but they're tiny. That's why we don't get flasks after eating a potion or similar. Inspector says, listen, cars gotta have gas in the tank. Put that gas in your tank, queen. Discord Bunny says, Guild, Knights of New Eden knew we're returning for War Within. We can help. We raid, run keys and casually PvP. Raid days are in the link. Feel free to PST for more info. Silenra says, anyone else for TW, I'm tanking. Wolf in the Dark says, gas ain't free, it's why she got her cash app written on her back window. Brock Layton says, WTS Giants Locket Blue Dinner Soup Orb of Deception. Brock Layton says, WTS Sylvanas Music Box Molten Lava Baldin's Drum. Fit Girl so says, I don't understand the new English. Shire says, is Shadowpan Showdown broken? Abortive says, so does Bridal of the Ironbound Wraith Charger fly? Coke Tuesday says, I just had some delicious plant-based Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Benedicta says, I am a diva. Charge Weaver says, yes. Horn says, ma'am. Rimjaw says, LMAO I love it when Wolfie makes me laugh. Horn says, your booty is real. Shafi says, are peanuts not a plant? Applewater says, what ranged spec is crushing keys these days? Brock Layton says, WTS Giants Locket Blue Dinner Soup Orb of Deception. Brock Layton says, WTS Sylvanas Music Box Molten Lava Baldin's Drum. 8 Gallant says, LFBS to make me a chess my maths plus commission.
You are no longer away.
Rimjaw says, 12-year-old me would have died looking for these main clouds. Oh, how far we've come.